Chapter 581. The first, I was a mutant fly. The old fly, seated in a lotus position, began its tail arbitrarily. A female fly whose body had grotesquely grown as big as a pig, abnormally so. White Knight listened without moving a muscle, as the fly continued. When the humans of the farm discovered me just born, they tried to kill me. Naturally. To them, a fly was a pest that deserved death, and I was a rare giant one at that. After being beaten, I lost both my wings, my antennae, and even my legs were crushed. Now, I was a crippled mutant fly. The fly chuckled. Lying on the ground, facing death, I was filled only with resentment, rage, and hunger. Then I encountered a human. Stopping in his tracks, he looked down at me, dying. I thought he would finish me off. The fly rubbed its front legs in front of its chest. But that human saved me. The action resembled the fly rubbing its legs, but also seemed like the rolling of prayer beads. He was an old priest, a gaunt old man who believed in mercy for the poor, sharing the food he received through alms with beggars and the sick. The fly sneered. To him, I must have appeared as one of the poor, or perhaps a being he needed to save. Regardless, the priest applied medicine on me and shared his food. And so I survived. I ended up lying in the courtyard of the crumbling temple where the priest stayed. White Knight let the fly's story drift past her ears while sharply surveying her surroundings, wondering how to devour this being. Time passed. I grew increasingly larger, while he became more emaciated. It was natural. I was eating his share of the food too. Yet, he never showed any signs of dislike. Instead, he sat next to me, who devoured the alms-received food like a possessed creature, and recited scriptures from his religion. I did not understand a word of it, but he continued without care. Suddenly, the fly's voice became distant as it reminisced about the old story. According to him, every soul undergoes reincarnation. In the next life, one could become a cow, a flower, or even a fly like me. It's determined by the karma accumulated. He told me that although I was born as a fly due to the sins of my past life, if I paid off a lot of that sin in this life, I could eventually become a human at the end of reincarnation and rebirth. The fly shook its head. Not long after, the priest died. A village child threw a stone into the temple as a prank. The temple where the dirty fly and the old priest lived was a perfect spot for the children to act spitefully. The stone intended for me hit the priest, who was meditating next to me. He suffered a severe head injury and never stood up again after falling. All those beggars, the sick, the wanderers, the poor who he had recited scriptures to throughout his life and shared the food he begged for. The humans who swarmed around him like flies for a lifetime to get a grain of rice did not show up as he was dying. They had torn his life apart and then acted as if they didn't know him. He died vainly, injured and starving. The fly exhaled deeply. Before he died, he told me to eat him, not to feel sorry, to follow nature, to eat his corpse like a fly should. What do you think I did? White Knight didn't respond, but the fly continued as if it didn't care. I did not eat. Next to the priest's corpse, for some reason, I mimicked him. I tried to recite the incomprehensible scriptures, tried to imitate the meditation posture. The fly's eyes gleamed red, and at the moment I saw other flies swarm and newly born maggots crawl over his decaying corpse. That's when I realized, reflecting on the moment of sudden enlightenment. From a human's death, flies are born. This is reincarnation. The fly laughed maniacally. Life flows into death, and from that death, new life is born. Creation leads to destruction, and again, destruction leads to creation. The fly slowly traced a path with the tip of its leg. It looked like an infinity symbol, tilted on its side. Life and death are separated by a thin line. Then, what's the difference between a fly and a human? Flies devour the death of other beings, while humans devour the lives of others. We're all the same.
No.
The fly's compound eyes stared straight at White Knight. At least we flies do not harbor the intention to harm others indiscriminately. But you humans, you harm us flies, everything in the world, and even yourselves. Even that old priest, who repeated nothing but begging and giving, was innocently killed by a stone because of your human malice. Anger seeped into the fly's voice like spreading ink. From our perspective, you who ruin and harm everything regardless of survival, are the true pests that bring destruction to the world. Then, the fly slowly spread its legs as if to embrace tenderly. We will save you pests. We will kill everything in this world, rot it and lay eggs on it, to be reborn as flies. Eventually, the whole world will become flies. The fly's voice sounded as if it was dreaming. Only then, by experiencing the life of a fly, will you understand the joy of living a life shared from the bottom, letting go of everything. The happiness of being grateful for even rotten food and muddy water, to share with the whole world. White Knight exhaled a soft sigh. Is your sermon of nonsense over, crazy fly? Then, let's end this. If I could change your mind, I might rant for eons. The fly looked down at White Knight with a pitiful gaze. Poor soul, I pity you. Do not try to solve your hunger by stealing. I will willingly share my granary with you. Whoosh! Enveloped in a dazzling light, White Knight shouted. Shut your mouth and hand over everything in your granary, you disgusting fly. You are deeply sinful mortal. The fly chuckled derisively. When you are reborn, you will surely reincarnate as a fly. In the next instant, White Knight charged like lightning and placed her hands on the fly's head. Despite its pretentious talk, the fly before her was merely part of the collective consciousness of all flies. No matter how many billions of flies gather, they couldn't match White Knight's processing power. She quickly seized control. Ha! But when she came to her senses the next moment, White Knight's body had melted away into nothingness. Only her head remained, rolling on the ground as she glared with wide eyes. Do you still not understand? Looking down at her, the fly muttered as if mocking her. From the moment you opened your eyes here, you had long been digested by us. Bang! 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 Tearing through the ceiling, mutant fly specimens poured out in droves. Damn! I gritted my teeth and raised a magical barrier high. I had already confirmed that these mutant beasts were no ordinary threat. First, strengthen the defense and get the formation ready. SSSSSHG. A gray barrier rose, forming a fortress, and my captured beasts along with 15 heroes were ready for battle. And then the collision. Boom! Ba-ba-boom! The mutant fly's body slamming immediately crushed the barrier, and the captured beasts were knocked away en masse. Each of these mutant flies was an elite-level monster. Unlike the usual swarm tactics of flies, these were elite monsters. They were indeed powerful. Of course, we didn't just take it lying down. Roar! The kraken roared and swung its gigantic tentacles like a fly swatter, flattening the flies that couldn't get into defensive position in time. Boom, boom, boom. Hercules also skewered several flies at once with his long horn. Coolin, Verdandi, Burnout, and Bodybag, among other heroes, were the elite of the elite. If they could get their attacks in, they could knock down the flies persistently. The problem was the barrier used by the fly bastards. Once they raised a barrier, our ordinary attacks couldn't even scratch it. I was seething. Are they mimicking our technology? How was that possible? I had heard that these monsters could evolve in real time, but to steal our technology as well? In the meantime, as our defenses held up, 2 dwarf warriors I brought with my party used a dungeon escape teleportation scroll to take the casualties away. Flash! Flash! The dead and the wounded successfully escaped first. I heaved a sigh of relief internally. Ha! But there were those who, despite my order to retreat, stayed behind. It was Junior, Kelly Bay, and Kellison. Despite looking utterly exhausted, they stood behind me, holding their ground. When I gestured with my chin, asking why they weren't leaving, Junior asked me in return. What about you, Your Majesty? I've said it before. I'll advance as far as I can. But these mutant specimens are strong. If we fight recklessly here, we might suffer unnecessary losses. I've come this far. I need to gather as much information as possible. I glared at the magic barrier used by the mutant specimens. If these creatures keep appearing, we need to establish a strategy here. Following my gaze, Junior, Kellison, and Kelly Bay each offered a piece of advice. I was going to explain in detail later, but yes, it seems like they're using our barrier technology. But after all, they're just big flies. The magic cores inside them are of low quality, and that technology devours magic power voraciously. In other words, they can't keep it on for a long time. So, if it becomes a war of attrition, it will eventually turn off. As the battle dragged on, indeed, the mutant flies could no longer maintain their barrier and retreated. However, after taking a brief rest and re-entering the front line, the barrier reappeared on their bodies. What a headache! Junior, could your elemental disassembly dismantle that barrier? Yes, but as you know, it's not a spell that can be used recklessly. Junior glanced at me cautiously. I sighed. Kelly Bay chimed in. Like Junior's magic that completely disassembles magical elements, or an artifact with the power to forcefully break through barriers, like the sturdy belief installed in Geronimo, is needed. That moment an idea struck me. I sighed and pressed my temples. We have a way on our side too. Reluctantly, but what choice do we have? Let's at least test it. I reached into my inventory and, after a moment, pulled out the item I was looking for. A long sword, swirling with malevolent energy, appeared. Immediately, the sword screamed in my head. Feed me. It emitted sinister energy in all directions. The surrounding heroes jumped back in shock. Wide-eyed, Junior stuttered. Your Majesty? That sword is? Anything it touches, it devours. With a sigh, I mentioned the sword's name. Excannable. A cursed sword stolen from the fallen king. Excannable was now in my hands. Chapter 582. Excannable's nickname is the Cannibal Sword. However, it's actually a sword that indiscriminately devours anything. Its name comes from its previous owner, the fallen king, who was obsessed with cannibalism. In any case, it remains a demonic sword. It actively tries to corrupt the user's mind, making it a particularly malicious ego sword. It's unclear whether it was always like this or if it became this way due to meeting the wrong owner. Regardless, this sword can, in principle, devour anything. Starting with arrows, it could even consume magic, and, in the game, it was crazy enough to eat through castle walls. Could it possibly eat that magic barrier as well? With this idea, I took it out, but there's no way I can charge at those flies holding this sword. My swordsmanship is too poor to trust in this blade alone and achieve a feat of unparalleled heroism. Nor can I hand over such a demonic sword to my precious subordinates. Ultimately, my choice is body bag. Throw this for me. A no-touch, nose-blowing solution. Body bag, hesitantly approaching at my call, shivered with her chubby cheeks trembling. This sword, you mean? Yes. Use your psychokinesis on those flies. Swiftly pick it up and throw it. Can you? It's possible. Yes, it's possible, but... Bodybag looked at Excannable with slightly fearful eyes tinged with terror. The long sword, wrapped in a dark aura and blood-red blade, shivered as if possessed by a ghost. Even to me, it seemed a bit much. But if I've drawn the sword, I might as well slash at some flies. Ugh! Carefully lifting Excannable with psychokinesis, Bodybag squeezed her eyes shut and threw it haphazardly. Screech! Despite the careless gesture, Excannable flew at the flies with ferocious speed. The mutant flies calmly raised their barrier to defend. Swoosh! But as soon as the tip of Excannable touched it, the magic barrier was sucked into the sword and vanished. With no guard and wide open, Excannable plunged into the embrace of a mutant fly and, crunch, crack, crizzle, devoured the fly as if crushing it. Like being sucked into a vacuum cleaner, The fly pierced by Excannable was completely shattered and compressed, disappearing somewhere inside the sword. Ugh! It wasn't a pleasant sight. Immediately afterward, a sinister voice of the demonic sword echoed in my mind. Tastes awful dash. Shut it, you cannibalistic brat. You'll receive punishment by eating flies, as much as the sins you've committed. Anyway, the effect was clear. I nodded to Bodybag, who quickly retrieved Excannable with psychokinesis and threw it again. Crunch! Crackle! Crunch dash! With consecutive throws, the mutant flies were swiftly devoured. Once hit by Excannable, they were all swallowed into the sword. Despite complaining about the taste, the sword kept devouring as if it was hungry. This battle is especially filled with gruesome sights. Junior muttered with a pale complexion. I quietly responded. You'll see more in the future. Not just this defense battle. All upcoming battles will be brutal and terrifying. This game, staking the fate of the world, is now steadily heading towards its endgame. Lately, encountering monsters that kidnap, devour, and steal strength in succession. If the enemies have deemed this as my weakness, it's no surprise that monsters targeting my vulnerabilities keep appearing. Can't help it. Resolved, I grit my teeth and continue to fight. Crackle. After Excannable was thrown, capturing more than a dozen mutant flies, perhaps due to the rapidly deteriorating situation, the flies collectively retreated and swarmed out through the ceiling. What, are they running away? Given that we were fairly struggling, I secretly felt relieved. The magic walls were half demolished, and most of the captured beasts had sustained various injuries. There were also quite a few deaths. Although the heroes weren't severely injured, they were considerably exhausted. Rest was desperately needed. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief and slightly relaxed, Ash! A buzzing voice suddenly resonated heavily in the vast belly of a fly. Startled, everyone raised their weapons and became alert. I, too, sharply scanned the surroundings as the voice slowly continued. How about we pause the fight and talk? Immediately after, ding! The enemy Legion commander, Beelzebub, has requested a commander's meeting. A system window popped up before me, occasionally used for dialogue under a non-aggression declaration between enemy Legion commanders. The request came from the side of the King of Flies. I hesitated for a moment upon seeing this message. Was White Knight successful? If not? Ha! What can I do? I'm already in the tiger's den. I'll have to go and see for myself. Everyone, prepare to retreat. I nodded to my subordinates. I'll be back shortly. After calming my worried subordinates, I accepted the commander's meeting. The meeting itself was a conversation in a state of non-aggression, as had often been done before. It wouldn't be dangerous. I'm just worried about the outcome of deploying White Knight. As soon as I accepted the commander's meeting, my consciousness was transferred to a brand new, stark white space. I instinctively knew this was the collective consciousness of the flies. How I, a human, could enter here, the principle is unknown. But perhaps I was invited in by the King of Flies? You've arrived. Then, a voice came from behind. I quickly turned around. There was a mountain of bodies piled up to a daunting height. Most of the bodies were flies, all headless, with only their bodies remaining. In front of that grotesque mountain of bodies, an old fly, seemingly hunched over, was sitting cross-legged. I've been waiting, Ash. The fly whispered in a peculiarly unpleasant, giggling voice. One of the imps I devoured highly praised you, the guardian of humanity and the undefeated commander. You even managed to uncover my existence within the unconsciousness of my species while contemplating how to defeat me. So I wanted to meet you. The elderly fly's compound eyes emitted a sinister red glow. But somehow, to me, you seem not much different from other weak humans. You look just like a piece of meat that will soon rot and become maggot fodder. I, standing at a distance, gestured with my chin. Are you the King of Flies? I could be referred to as I or we. I represent the collective consciousness of my species. Anyway, yes, I am Beelzebub, what you call the king of flies in your language. The king of flies gazed at me intently. I looked around. Nice to meet you, Fly. By the way, have you seen my friend? A magician named White Knight. White Knight? Ah, the lich sorceress who invaded the bodies of my kin. The king of flies sneered. I cleanly devoured her. She has already been digested and become one with me. She thought she could devour me, but she was mistaken. I am not simply the sum of the flies gathered here. A low laughter from the king of flies filled the air. I asked, sweating coldly, if you're not simply the sum, then what? The souls and bodies of the species known as flies, their spirit and flesh, to put it another way, even the souls of the flies that have died. All of it comprises us. I frowned. What kind of nonsense is that? Literally. The king of flies pointed at himself with his hairy, grotesque legs. I am a being sealed as the guardian deity of the fly species. I can twist the fate of my species to my will. I swallowed dryly. Is this creature also a being that gained divinity as a representative of its species? And I have broken the cycle of reincarnation granted to my species with my own hands. What? For our grand purpose of killing everything in this world and reincarnating them as flies. By stopping the cycle, once someone becomes a fly, they will continue to be a fly in the afterlife. If this process is repeated, eventually, all 3,000 worlds will be filled with flies. Although I didn't fully understand this nonsense, summarizing it roughly meant, this guy is forcibly keeping the souls of his dead kin. Are you insane? Despite my curse, the king of flies let out a creepy laugh, seemingly not offended. There were those among my kin who did not agree with this. The king of flies pointed at the mountain of bodies behind him. But resistance was fleeting. The will to go against the group is naturally digested. I looked up at the mountain of bodies within the collective consciousness. Sounds nice to say digested, but you're basically saying you devoured them, right? It wouldn't be too different to see it that way. Could it really be that all these were devoured by the king of flies himself? And thus, using the bodies and souls of those who have perished, I used them as bricks to form this body. So, the flies that make up your massive body, they are all your kin that you killed with your own hands. In human understanding, that would be correct. In the name of the group, killing those who opposed his will and even taking their souls to use as the structure of his body. And only letting those who follow his will live to feed and breed as his subordinates. Only then did I understand the insane size of the king of flies. If he was using the spirits of all the flies that were born and died in the world as structure, he could maintain this scale. I thought you were some unique monster, and as I understood this structure, an inexplicable sense of emptiness swept through me. I muttered with a smirk. Though I couldn't understand everything the king of flies said, one thing was within my grasp. In the end, you're no different from other monster lords, just another common mad monster. This monster, which had felt endlessly incomprehensible, suddenly fell into the realm of my understanding. I glared at the king of flies and spat out. In the end, you're just a despicable monarch who exploited and used even the souls of your citizens who didn't align with your will. Essentially a king who regards his people's lives as no more than those of flies. There's such trash everywhere. As I criticized, displeasure crossed the king of flies' voice. You speak interestingly. What you have perceived of me is merely a fragment. The truth I have realized, and the grand purpose I intend to. I'm not interested in your so-called grand purpose. Cutting him off, I pointed at the king of flies. While you claim to represent the collective will of your species, you actually annihilate the will of your kin in pursuit of your own greed, a common tyrant. No. The profound and endless law of the universe that I wish to spread in this world is dash. Save your breath and shut up. From what I see, you are. I returned to the king of flies the words he had used on me. Not much different from other delusional, foolish tyrants who believe themselves to be unique and special. I shot each word at the king of flies, who was incredulously staring back at me. Merely a summer fly that will soon be eradicated, forgotten, and disappear. You piece of trash. Chapter 583. I invited you and tried to converse with you because the king of flies sighed deeply before quietly adding, in the memories of that imp and the lich you were deemed the most outstanding human. I thought it worthwhile to engage in conversation with you, hoping perhaps you could understand my intentions. It seems I was mistaken. That's laughable. At best, your courtesy would involve feeding me to slightly higher grade maggots or something of that sort. I too let out a deep sigh. Got nothing more to say? Seems like our meeting time is about to end. Don't you have any last words? You have never tried to understand the world from the perspective of our flies. Thus you remain ignorant. We flies dash. Listen, king of flies. I interrupted him, speaking coldly. Just because we disagree doesn't give you the right to kill and stuff your kind to use their skeletons as decorations. Perhaps it's you who should try understanding the perspective of your kin. Caught off guard, the king of flies was momentarily speechless. I turned away sharply. Conversations with monsters are always bound to feel empty, but they weren't entirely without gain. Until now, the king of flies was an unknown enemy, a monster I had never encountered in the game. An enemy with motives unknown, for purposes unknown, in ways unknown, seeking to destroy the world. That's why I truly feared the king of flies. However, our recent conversation allowed me to understand him a bit. And understanding is the first step towards strategizing. I walked briskly towards the end of this white space, pondering how to combine the information gained from our conversation with what I already knew for a strategy. That's when it happened. Ash! A familiar voice called out. Turning around in curiosity, I saw Soya, with only her head remaining, beneath a mountain of corpses. Soya? She wasn't completely consumed yet. She opened her mouth, desperately trying to form words. Let me go! Then, in the next moment, crunch! The king of flies' leg brutally grabbed Soya's head and crushed it. The monster's blood-red compound eyes emotionlessly glared at me. I glared back at it. And then, ugh! I abruptly woke up. Quickly scanning my surroundings, I saw my comrades, with tense faces, watching over me. I asked urgently, how long was I unconscious? Junior, checking a pocket watch, answered, 30 minutes. 10 turns. Precise. Is the retreat ready? Yes. Just give the order, and we can begin to escape. Good. Let's start. Knowing how to deal with the mutant specimens and having gained a significant understanding of the king of flies himself, it made sense to retreat without overextending. First, Verdandy's party used a dungeon escape teleport scroll. Being a light armor party, they had sustained quite a few injuries. Verdandy and her teammates waved at me with a smile before disappearing in a flash. Good, one team sent off. Kuelin's party next. Before I could finish, rumble, 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 the king of flies' entire body began to violently vibrate. The ground trembled, and the atmosphere felt as if it was boiling. Everyone looked at each other in panic. What is this? Hold on tight. Then, in the next moment, crack, a sound like hundreds of legs colliding rang out fiercely, followed by roar. An enormous shockwave emanated from the king of flies' head. We all screamed, managing to maintain our balance barely. After the shockwave passed and calm returned, we slowly stood up, checking on each other. Ah, my back. Is everyone okay? Yes, we're fine. Are you, your highness? I'm okay too. Damn, what was that? Kelly Bay, wiping off cold sweat, said. We've experienced this shockwave before. When the air fleet was trying to block it, the moment it stripped our magical barrier, we felt the same shockwave. Junior, standing pale beside me, also stammered in response. Also, during the second line of defense when we cast joint magic, when the king of flies blocked our magic, we felt the same shockwave. Imitating the king of flies, Junior lightly clapped her hands in front of her chest. When the king of flies smashes the ring above its head like this, clapping, our magic gets nullified, and at the same time, Junior spoke with a grimace. We felt robbed. Robbed? Yes, it's not just that our magician's magic vanished. It's as if it was devoured, concept and all. I bit my lip hard. It was this clap that had nullified the airship barriers and the joint magic of Junior and the magicians. So, what did it nullify this time? Your Highness. That's when Coolin, looking uneasy, muttered to me. The scrolls aren't working. What? Everyone was shocked and looked his way. Coolin, with a blank expression, shook the scroll in his hand. The scroll, devoid of magical light, had turned into a dull piece of parchment. Everyone checked their own teleport scrolls. Frustratingly, all the scrolls had lost their magical light. The teleport scrolls all have lost their efficacy. Everyone looked at me in panic. I unwittingly swallowed dryly. These dungeon escape teleport scrolls were our only means of escape. We had ventured deep into enemy territory relying solely on them. If they were rendered unusable, then escaping is a problem, Your Highness, Junior said calmly, yet with a trembling voice. Like the airship's barrier technology was taken, these teleports might have been stolen by the enemy. If, by any chance, the King of Flies had indeed stolen the teleportation technology, it could teleport directly to the crossroad walls in an instant. What do we do, Your Highness? Should we still try to escape from here? But if the King of Flies teleports to crossroad like this dash, then do we have to hold out here? But this is the enemy's stronghold. If more monster flies pour out, we won't be able to withstand. It was right when the heroes were urgently exchanging words. Thud, 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 thud. Loud footsteps began to echo from above. We all clamped our mouths shut and looked up simultaneously. And through the hole in the ceiling, we could clearly see the shape of mutant flies pouring down from the floor above. Swarming, 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 swarming. There appeared to be hundreds of them. Damn it, I muttered, and everyone sensed it. This was beyond our ability to handle. Run to the lower floor, hurry dash. As I shouted, the heroes swiftly jumped into the hole leading down. Even as we fell, Burnout, remaining at the rear, fired explosive bolts upwards haphazardly. Bang! P. Mutant flies trying to squeeze through the narrow hole were engulfed in a massive explosion. And then, not dying, they began to fall towards us, piercing through the flames. Next to Burnout, Bodybag also threw and retrieved Excannable, trying to block them. However, as we were fleeing, the motion of throwing and retrieving the sword was slow and lacking in precision. Hercules dash! I shouted, and Hercules, falling beside me, spread its giant beetle wings and soared upwards. Crunch dash! Hercules valiantly speared the leading mutant fly to death. But the next moment, it was surrounded by dozens of mutant flies, which simultaneously thrust their long stingers into Hercules. Hercules trembled and then collapsed. Damn, poison! Thunk! After landing on the lower floor, I hurriedly cancelled Hercules' summoning and stored him in a pocket dimension. Then I tried to give orders to other captured monsters, but they were ignoring my commands and scattering in all directions. What? With the fall of Legion-class captured monster Hercules, the loyalty of all the captured monsters plummeted. Most of these captured monsters were units transferred from Jackal. However, they were not as loyal as Jackal's subordinates. Their not-so-high loyalty was covered up until now by the ultimate skill, the Foremost Flag S effect. But since I had to deactivate the barrier to escape, that cover was no longer available. Hercules' defeat led to a sudden drop in morale, causing the unit to disintegrate, a situation known in game terms as morale bust. This was not a mental state anomaly but a loyalty management issue, so even my unyielding commander skill couldn't stop it. The captured monsters either sought their own escape or tried to surrender to the flies. I gritted my teeth. You fools! And the Fly Legion was not merciful enough to accept any surrender, nor sloppy enough to let those who lost their discipline escape. Thwack! Thwack! Thwomp! The captured monster legion was slaughtered from all sides. I turned my eyes away, trembling. Kraken! Stall for time! Rue or dash! The Kraken, roaring and surging upwards, swung its tentacles, battering the mutant flies in all directions. Like Hercules, the mutant flies shot their poisonous stingers at the Kraken, but the poison-immune Kraken held its ground. However, as hundreds of mutant flies' sharp forelegs slashed at its body, it eventually couldn't bear it and let out a miserable scream. Roar! Damn! Seeing my summons suffer miserably hurt me inside. But Kraken, being a monster I could summon only once every 3 stages, had to be used without reservation to buy time in this situation. Clatter! I didn't even know how many floors we had frantically descended. The Kraken was nowhere to be seen, and having possibly killed it, hundreds of mutant flies were hot on our heels, pouring down after us. Crap! The personnel currently fleeing included Coolin and 5 from the penal squad. Me, Bodybag, Burnout, Junior, Kelly Bay, Kellison. With this lineup, we were no match for that many monsters. Perhaps Junior could make a difference, but she was extremely depleted, making it difficult even to perform basic magic. As we ran towards the next hole after landing, I clenched my teeth. This won't do. Right then, a mutant fly at the lead smoothly performed acrobatic flying, dodging Burnout's suppressive fire and charged at me. Crud? As I clenched my teeth, looking for a way to counter. Suddenly, a giant shield rose in front of me. Bang! The mutant fly's scythe-like foreleg collided with the shield. I looked in surprise at the owner of the shield. The familiar figure of the hefty man wearing a helmet caught my eye. Torkel! Are you all right, Your Highness? Swoosh dash! Following that, a clean slash split the air. The sharp sword strike split even the magical barrier in 2 and cut the mutant fly in half. The blind swordsman nobody appeared, rolling on the ground after drawing his long sword. Crack dash! Then, 3 people who had leaped up from the hole below stood side by side in front of me. Zennies, Dr. Mutin, and Lucas. Zennies, wearing a full suit of holy armor, scattered wide area healing magic, while Dr. Mutin, his beard fluttering, prepared fire magic in both hands. Sorry for the delay, my lord. Standing calmly in the center, Lucas reported, drawing the bestowed sword. I searched for survivors down to the last floor but found none. Instead, I've cleanly incinerated the fly eggs on my way here. Lucas muttered coolly. I will join the fight. Your Highness, your orders. Not just me, but all of us, who had been frantically fleeing, were filled with relief and gratitude at their arrival. In all my life, I've never been so glad to see these men. Chapter 584. The addition of Lucas's party greatly boosted our forces, but there were hundreds of elite monsters. No matter how formidable Lucas's party was, facing this endless attrition, we would eventually falter. The priority is to escape. Any strategies or tactics could only be established once we had made it out alive. With teleport scrolls rendered useless, we were forced to attempt a physical escape once more. The lowest floor is closest to the ground, so we should try to break through there to escape, Junior suggested. Initially, Junior, Kelly Bay, Kellison, and other survivors who had been kidnapped had been trying to escape through this route. It seemed the most feasible method under the current circumstances. Downwards, downwards, downwards dash. We continued to flee to the lower floors through the passage Lucas's party had previously opened. Boom! 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 Mutant flies swarmed in from the floors above, but Torkel firmly protected our rear, and Dr. Mutin blocked the passage with his ingenious magic, halting their advance. Occasionally, Bodybag would throw an excannable to strip the monsters of their barriers, and Burnout would launch explosive bolts as if she had been waiting, blowing them up. As the distance between us and the creatures grew, I breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. Maybe the escape will go smoothly. I regretted thinking that almost immediately. It's precisely when we let our guard down that the enemies strike with a different approach. Swoosh, as expected. One side of the wall in the room we had just descended into suddenly opened wide as if a shield had been torn off, and mutant flies that had flown in from above invaded at terrifying speeds. As our pursuers through the passage were getting delayed, they simply opened the door to the breeding chamber and flew in from outside, then opened the door to our room and came in again. Their flight capabilities were infuriatingly agile. Screech. Mutant flies charged from the side, and we were all taken aback by the sudden change in direction. All but one. Lucas, as always, was prepared for the worst. "Excuse me, bodybag." Lucas charged towards the incoming mutant flies. Snatching an object, bodybag was levitating with telekinesis. It was an excannable. As Lucas gripped the hilt of the demonic sword, a dark energy poured out, crawling up his wrist eagerly. I protested in horror. "Lucas, don't worry." However, Lucas responded in a calm, collected voice. "I'm not so weak as to be devoured by a mere sword." The next moment, Lucas and the lead mutant fly collided. Flash! The monster was sliced down like a straw bundle. Lucas held the excannable in his left hand and a light-infused longsword in his right, tearing through the monster's barriers with the demonic sword and cleanly bisecting them with the light-infused sword. In just a few seconds, the mutant flies that had entered through the side door were all slaughtered. "Ah!" Lucas, bending forward slightly, exhaled a long breath and said blandly, "With the means to neutralize their defenses, they are nothing." Everyone looked stunned at the protagonist's actions, as if he was playing in a different genre. Lucas twirled the excannable, then turned to me. "May I use this sword for a while, my lord?" I hesitated but eventually gritted my teeth and nodded. "If it seems even slightly dangerous, you must give it up immediately." "Of course." Lucas nodded cheerfully, reminding me of when he used to turn into a beast. This demonic sword was as dangerous as his transformation. But in this desperate situation, we couldn't afford to take it easy. Lucas had already overcome the temptation of his transformation. I decided to trust that he could withstand the corruption the demonic sword offered. Now, the escape was nearly complete, and the lower floors were already swarming with mutant flies we had bypassed. Clang! Lucas, leading the way to the lower floor, crossed the swords in front of his face and glared ahead with his blue eyes wide open. "I'll clear a path. Follow me." The excannable, as if it had finally found its rightful owner, tore through and devastated the monsters with far greater power than when Bodybag had thrown it. The blonde protagonist danced through the monsters with a dual-wielding style. Even for a protagonist, to bear this much alone. Following the path Lucas had made, I clenched my mouth shut. The sight of my knight, who had willingly tainted half of his body with darkness to save us, me, pained my heart. Finally, we reached the bottom floor of the breeding chamber, underneath the King of Flies. Lucas was exhausted from having to cut through dozens, perhaps hundreds of mutant flies on his own during our escape. Using the demonic sword had drained him even more. "This is as far as we go." I quickly snatched the excannable from Lucas's hand and threw it into my inventory. The excannable vibrated violently in my hand, trying to return to Lucas, but I forcefully used my power to lock it in my inventory. Lucas seemed to want to say something, his messy hair framing his blue gaze, but then he bowed his head and just breathed heavily. "Let's make a big hole, shall we?" Nobody drew his sword and sliced through the bottom of the lowest floor. Rip! The thick skin of the King of Flies was peeled off in an instant, and a strong wind gushed in from below. We all swallowed dryly as we looked down through the opened gap, and I murmured, estimating the height. "It's quite high." Even at the very bottom, the distance to the ground was daunting. "Bodybag, can you use telekinesis to land us safely?" Bodybag hesitated, then answered, "That height is too much, but if someone can use wind magic to slow our fall." I glanced at Junior, the only wind magic user among us. "Junior, can you do it?" After chugging mana potions all the way down to recover his magic power, Junior let out a weird chuckle. If we pull this off, it would set a new record for landing people with wind magic, right? I don't know who's keeping track, but if we do it, it'll be world rank 1, right? Dr. Mutant nodded in agreement from the side. The ivory tower will certify the record. Really? But is there actually a ranking? I can't resist the ivory tower rankings, huh? With a deep breath, Junior started to gather the power of the wind in her hands. Boom! 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 Almost simultaneously, mutant flies poured in from above and the sides. Junior shouted sharply. Everyone jumped down. Junior was the first to drop below. The height was terrifying, but staying put meant certain death anyway. With a do-or-die expression, everyone jumped. Wah! Coolin, looking miserable, pleaded with me. How many times do I have to tell you I have a fear of heights? Shut up. Let's go. After kicking the back of the Merfolk King and sending him tumbling down, I dived as well. Torkel, who had been the last one behind, took a moment longer before jumping down with his shield positioned behind him. Screech. We began free-falling after escaping the belly of the King of Flies. How should I put it? I've dreamt of falling from a high place before, but experiencing it suddenly in reality felt surreal. My legs were jelly, and my stomach felt hollow with fright. For someone who's never even tried bungee jumping, let alone skydiving, free-falling was an overwhelming stimulus. Even so, the ground was rapidly approaching. Gritting my teeth, I barely managed to keep my wits about me. Am I going to die like this? Fortunately, that wasn't the case. Hush! Wrapped in the wind magic unfurled by Junior, our fall speed significantly reduced. Woohoo! Body bag, her face turning red, strained with telekinetic magic, trying to pull us up. Thanks to the cooperation of the two magicians, we descended towards the ground at a manageable speed, relief flashing across everyone's faces, except for Coolin, who had already fainted. Vroom! Just then, an ominous flapping sound rang in our ears. Terrified, we looked up to see mutant flies descending around us. I couldn't help but spit out in astonishment. These damn flying monsters! That's when it happened. Bang! 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 Familiar gunfire sounded, and the heads of the mutant flies surrounding us burst one after the other. What? There's only one person in the world with such insane sniping skills. I shouted the name of my sniper. Damien? Dash. From a distance, the camouflage on Geronimo was removed, revealing its form. It had been hidden using the artifact, Steadfast Superstition, and there, sitting on the hatch of Geronimo, was Damien. Damien, without a moment to greet me, blinked and rapidly fired his sniper rifle with both hands. Squeak! Thump! Before the mutant flies could even react, Damien's sniping blew them away. The flies were shot down by long-distance sniping before they could even raise their barriers. Thanks to Damien's covering fire, we were able to land safely on the ground. As soon as we touched down, we formed a defensive circle, ready to face any remaining flies. But, as soon as we landed, the mutant flies suddenly stopped their pursuit, turned around, and hurried back to their base, the body of the King of Flies. As I was about to pull out the Excannable again, I awkwardly withdrew my hand from my inventory. What's going on? Where are they going? Do we no longer need to deal with them? The King of Flies was already a distant figure. It was so huge that its speed seemed unreal now that we were no longer on it. Tiredly, I watched the King of Flies move away, and at the end of its path, the human defense line, the site of Crossroad. Wait a minute. I blinked. Why can I see the walls? Why was Crossroad visible to the naked eye from here? And then it hit me. Why was Geronimo here in the first place? Your Highness! As Geronimo approached, starting an emergency landing, Damien, standing at the hatch, shouted out a report. I'm here to report the current situation. Your Highness, it's been a long time since you started the infiltration operation, and Damien continued, his voice tense. Right after your highness entered, the king of flies sped up drastically, just like when it attacked the second defensive line. Just as passengers inside a fast-flying plane feel peaceful, we hadn't realized inside the beast. But the king of flies had moved northward at an incredible speed after we infiltrated. The advance was much faster than expected. So, at this rate, within an hour, Damien, now close, shouted with a pale face. It'll reach Crossroad. Indeed, the monster had made its choice. Instead of wasting time chasing us, who were slipping away like eels, it decided to strike at our base, which was now sufficiently close, to devour the great horse and end this game. Chapter 585. Inside the mental world of the king of flies, an old fly, sitting cross-legged, was calmly contemplating the state of themselves. The situation is not perfect. First, he examined the means stolen from humans. Conceptual devouring. It was a newly emerged power when the demon race of imps and flies merged, offering the opponent as a concept for sacrifice, and as a fly devouring and stealing it. You are truly useful, imp. The old fly expressed gratitude to the imp anew. Small and insignificant, an opponent whose name was even forgotten, but the things arranged by that imp were so useful that gratitude was inevitable. Anyway, the power stolen through this conceptual devouring was threefold: barrier, elemental magic, and teleportation. Barriers and magic would be useful, but the old fly hesitated to use teleportation, because he realized that this magic fundamentally required connecting to oblivions beyond. A magic that teleports through oblivions beyond. They were beings resurrected from the nightmare beneath the Lake Kingdom. Entering oblivions beyond, the spirit world, it was clear they would not return to the present world and be swept away. It was for the same reason other nightmare legions couldn't use the teleport gates. However, because of that, the old fly chuckled evilly and clasped his hands in front of his chest. It could be used usefully. Putting aside the means stolen from the enemies, the old fly now examined the remaining resources held by his race as the king of flies. Due to the humans who infiltrated, a considerable number of eggs stored in the hatchery were burned. Since the flies resurrected from the nightmare in the Lake Kingdom were unable to lay new eggs, there was no way to replenish the lost eggs on their own. Not only the eggs. Along the way here, the considerable consumption of adult flies in order to obtain information about the present world was significant. The expenditure of forces was more serious than expected. But there are still eggs left. Although a considerable number of eggs in the hatchery were burned, the remaining ones were safely stored. These eggs would all be born as the new generation of flies. The chimeriformed flies sent out earlier were just the beginning. By injecting all the essence they could continue to, they intended to conceive the strongest fly. As more care went into each individual, the process of transforming from egg to larva, from larva to pupa, and then to adult fly significantly slowed down. However, the results were satisfying. The new generation of flies were each a powerful monster, becoming stronger continuously. All the remaining eggs have been moved to the safest top floor of the hatchery. But, anyway, the numbers are lacking. It might be enough to bring down a fortress immediately, but not enough to devastate the world. Thus, the old fly's thoughts were not much different from those of other conquerors. We must find the flies of this world and absorb them into our ranks. The world was always overflowing with flies. Such flies needed to be found and brought into their territory. In fact, already on the way from the Black Lake here, flies living in forests and rivers, from larvae to adults, were all absorbed by the king of flies. We will break down the walls and advance to the center of the world, and gather all the flies of the world, to harm, desecrate, and lay eggs on all other creatures' corpses. Only then would this contradictory world perish, and a new world be born. A world filled with countless flies and larvae, lower and more vile than anything else, yet also full of happiness. The old fly, who had been leaning forward and snickering, suddenly stopped laughing. The fly felt something foreign inside him. A vague, yet certain discomfort was making his insides queasy. What is this? The old fly contemplated his inner self again, but detected nothing. The collective consciousness of all flies formed a single vast mental entity, and the old fly had full control over this mental entity. He was the race god chosen by the species of flies. All flies swore allegiance to him, and those who did not were all devoured by him in soul. Thus, within this mental world, he was truly invincible. Nothing could make him uncomfortable. Upon carefully examining his inner self, the foreign sensation had disappeared as if it had never existed. The old fly tilted his head and then looked straight ahead. Whoosh dash! In the vision of the monstrous king of flies, the surrounding forest disappeared, and a wide plain began to appear. And beyond that, finally, the human fortress revealed itself with its tall walls. As the sunset also faded, and night approached, the fortress city of Crossroad, on the southern wall, a fleet of airships floating in the sky, the Alcatraz at its center. Fleet Admiral Macmillan was watching the emergence of the enemy monster, biting down hard on his pipe tobacco, displayed on the magic panel. Almost simultaneously, reports poured in from all channels like screams. Monster rapidly approaching. It's not slowing down. The king of flies is visible with the naked eye dash. 5 minutes until it enters our firing range. The enemy monster emerging through the clouds grew larger by the moment. It was simply getting closer, but to Macmillan's eyes it appeared so. Crack! He bit down too hard, and his cherished pipe stem broke. Macmillan chewed on the tobacco-flavored wood stem while adjusting his admiral's cap. Did His Highness's strategy succeed? Or dash? Soon after, Macmillan quietly burst into a chuckle. A soldier must always be prepared for one thing. The case of, or, all fleets, launch, engage the enemy monster. Whoosh dash! The airships floating in the sky, with their rear thrusters simultaneously ignited with magical flames, moved to face the incoming monster. In the center of the fleet advancing to meet the monster, Macmillan spoke again. We must slow down its speed first so the fortress can stop it, all fleet. This time, for real. Macmillan shouted. Show the power of humanity's aces. Fire dash! The airships, having turned to the side, approached the king of flies without slowing down. Simultaneously, they deployed their cannons on the side facing the king of flies and began to pour out a barrage. Bang! Brrrr brrrr. Boom! The barrage scattered by the airships poured down on the king of flies like rain. The airships had replaced the barrier system that had malfunctioned in Crossroad during that time. Simultaneously, the cannon system was also renewed. Crossroad, being the front line against the monster, had turrets and gunpowder technology that were abnormally advanced compared to other regions, and they generously shared their know-how. Though it was a short time, all technicians and blacksmiths rushed in to strengthen the firepower of the airships by even a little. As a result, the firepower had significantly increased compared to the first engagement. I'll rip you apart, you fly bastard! Macmillan clenched his fist as he watched the dazzling explosions of the bombs. On one side, cannons fired; on the other, thrusters rotated and deployed for advancement. The sight of airships spewing fire from both sides as they approached the king of flies was a spectacle in itself. However, it wasn't long before Macmillan noticed something was amiss. As the flames and thick smoke from the exploding shells cleared, a bluish barrier surrounding the body of the king of flies began to appear. Soon, other captains also noticed the identity of the barrier surrounding the king of flies. Astonished groans erupted simultaneously. That is. Good heavens. Damn dash. This monstrous bastard. What is this? Macmillan spat out the pipe tobacco he had been chewing in his hand. Barrier. It was the barrier technology stolen from humans by the monster. With a posture as if huddling as much as possible, as if hibernating, the giant king of flies deployed a barrier around its entire body and effortlessly withstood the full firepower of the air fleet. Simultaneously, a red light scattered from the body of the monster. It was an effect caused by the eyes of all the flies that made up the body of the monster twinkling. The red light that started from the tail climbed up the abdomen to the upper body and then reached the head, touching the horns. There was no longer a halo, but atop the King of Flies' head were giant horns reminiscent of a demon, and massive magical power was being condensed there. The enemy monster is concentrating magical power. The scale is insane. The amount of magical power being gathered is... Something big is coming. Captain Macmillan. Orders. At this moment, the King of Flies and the air fleet were still closing in on each other. Macmillan calmly assessed the situation. He was taken aback by the King of Flies stealing their barrier technology, but they had barriers on their side as well. Regardless of what means of attack the other side used, if this side could withstand it with barriers... Ha! The next moment, a foolish sound escaped Macmillan's mouth. Above the King of Flies' horns, familiar geometric figures and magic formulas spilled out, forming a magic array. Macmillan was knowledgeable about magic. Therefore, he could immediately recognize it. The method of attack the King of Flies was preparing was precisely magic. It was joint magic stolen from human magicians. Flash dash. A fierce flame that seemed to swallow the world. An endless high tide. A landslide that seemed to overturn the earth. A tornado that could tear the sky. And lightning as dazzling as the primal flash. The most intelligent researchers among humans had resonated with all their might to unfold these magics. And now, the flies as a race also resonated and calculated to unleash them. Seeing the disaster pouring out in front of him, Macmillan screamed, "We need to leave this airspace." Immediately after, Macmillan realized something. He turned around with a pale face. If the air fleet moved away, what would be hit directly by this magic would be Crossroad. The King of Flies' target with its magic was not the air fleet from the beginning. It was the walls of the monster front. In an instant, Macmillan, who was at a loss for a decision, was jarred by a sharp communication. "Block it with your bodies. Hurry dash." Whoosh dash. Macmillan looked ahead and saw a ship frantically raising its barrier and shooting forward. An airship with a ridiculous appearance, adorned with white fur. The airship of Aryan Kingdom, the Aryan Bear. During the last battle, the captain was injured, and the acting captain who boarded instead Yoon Aryan screamed, "If we don't block this, Crossroad is finished. Everyone, raise your barriers and block with your bodies dash." Arg! Barriers are not invincible. They can safely withstand damage up to their output limit, but the moment it exceeds the output limit, they melt away. And at a glance, the terrifying power of this joint magic clearly surpassed the output limit by far. All ships, deploy barriers. Follow behind Aryan Bear. But they couldn't back down. In a moment of indecision, all fleets quickly raised their barriers and formed a defensive formation in the air, with Aryan Bear leading. Force the ship's magic engines into overload. Release the output limit. Turn all magic power to the barriers. And align all ships in a row to attempt barrier resonance. Macmillan quickly commanded, and even in a critical situation, the ace of aces among the airship crew followed the orders. The neatly gathered airships simultaneously raised their overloaded barriers, and the combined barriers formed a giant shield-like shape in the air. And then, over that, magic bombardments that once belonged to humanity but were now wielded by the flies descended. For a moment, sound vanished from the world. A tremendous shockwave and backlash swept through the area. Evangeline, who was preparing her ultimate move on the wall, barely managed to cling to the edge of the wall and withstand being blown away. Holding her ringing ears, Evangeline staggered but eventually shook her head to regain her senses. And what Evangeline saw when she looked up was airships, blackened by fire, emitting smoke as they helplessly fell below. And behind them, against the darkening sky, cutting through the thick clouds of smoke, coming forth with crossed legs and hands joined in prayer, was the figure of the King of Flies. Chapter 586. Boom! The King of Flies roared. Having brought down all the airships, the embodiment of humanity's magi engineering technology, the monster advanced at the same speed, seemingly unimpressed. The shocking reality that the entire fleet of airships had been shot down froze everyone on the walls. Ash, who always forcibly kept everyone's spirits up on the wall, was not there. It wouldn't have been surprising if the soldiers, terrified by the approaching worst monster in history, had thrown away their weapons and fled. But they didn't. Everyone held their ground. They were elite soldiers gathered from all over the world, veterans tempered on the front lines against monsters. Yet, despite this, they couldn't muster the courage to move. The soldiers barely managed to stand their ground, unable to assume a fighting stance. Soon, the monster would be within range, but they were not even ready to prepare for an engagement. They could only stare with wide eyes at the approaching aberrant creature. Then, a sharp voice rang out. "Artifact team, prepare to activate all artifacts." It was Lily. The senior mage was commanding the artifact team, but she raised her voice as if she wanted everyone on the wall to hear. "It's approaching range. Snap out of it." Lily's voice was almost pleading. "Don't forget why we're here on this wall." At her words, everyone snapped back to reality. Why are soldiers stationed on the wall? Obviously, to protect the world behind the wall. To protect every small and fragile thing from this massive destruction. Then, a beat later, Evangeline also shouted, "Artillery, aim. Prepare for crossfire. All units, ready for battle." As if petrification was lifted, the soldiers began to move. Their hands trembled, their legs were weak, and their vision was blurred. But they loaded the shells, aligned the sights, and gripped their weapons as they had been trained to do tirelessly. Huff! Lily, watching the scene unfold on the wall, suddenly turned her head. "I use from the beginning." At Lily's shout, the alchemists of the artifact team struggled to pull out a metal plate about the size of a human torso. An SSR-grade mercury artifact. From the beginning. This golden plate could force an enemy caught in its frame back to the starting point of the wave, the end of the southern plains, if the entire body was captured within the frame. Despite its restriction of one use per stage, and bosses quickly throwing their minions in the way or dodging it, making it mostly ineffective since its first use, now they had to use it anyway. Activate the artifact. The King of Flies' figure filled the metal plate just in time, like a camera lens, and the alchemists activated the artifact. Woong dash. The metal plate shone white. Soon, with a click, the King of Flies would be sent back to the end of the southern plains. Even if it meant little against the monster's tremendous speed, if it could buy even a little time against this embodied destruction, if it could create a variable. Click dash. The artifact activated. However, what the giant golden plate captured was not the body of the King of Flies. A giant fly, having suddenly inserted itself in front of the plate blocking the view, was dispatched from the body of the King of Flies. This grotesque monster, looking like a mix of a mantis, beetle, and bee, blocked the plate with its body and disappeared from sight. The effect of "from the beginning" was received instead, and it was forcibly moved to the end of the southern plains. Looking at the picture left on the metal plate when it activated, Lily exploded in frustration. Again, can't a top-grade artifact, just once, perform properly? Then Lily's eyes widened. Ha! The giant fly that attacked had mostly blocked the King of Flies with its body. But part of the King of Flies that it failed to cover was still captured in the shooting frame. Wings in the shape of infinity. Could it be? No way. Lily turned her head to look at the King of Flies again. And indeed, parts of the infinity-shaped wings that had been captured in the frame were being erased, as if torn away. Exclamation point. The King of Flies, being a creature made up of countless flies. The flies caught in the frame were helplessly affected by "from the beginning," separated from the main body and forcibly moved to the end of the southern plains. For a moment, the King of Flies' massive body tilted sideways, and the flowing wings of infinity trembled precariously. Boom! But as if nothing had happened, new flies flew in to repair the wings, and the King of Flies regained its balance as if by a lie. However, everyone at the site clearly saw it. For a brief moment they saw it wobble. This monster is not invincible. There is a part that can be exploited. Boom! Skreek dash. The flies are approaching. Artillery units, fire. Melee units, forward dash. Giant fly monsters dispatched from the body of the king of flies began to pour down on the wall like a flood, and the cannons, ballistae, artifacts, and all the people on the wall began to fight back. And at this moment, a faint hope was swirling on everyone's faces. The fact that there is a part of the enemy that can be exploited means, in other words, Ash will delve into that weakness. So, the wings. Inside Geronimo. This was the scene I saw while chasing the king of flies at full speed and seeing it wobble momentarily from the effect of... From the beginning. I nodded. Let's strike the wings and bring it down. Then, a rebuttal came. It was Kellison. When the airship fleet first engaged in combat, what did we aim for in the body of that monster? Of course, it was the wings. But around those wings swirls a special magic turbulence. Our shots couldn't even reach. Plus, the king of flies now has a barrier, and as you've just seen, even if we damage it, it repairs itself. In such a situation, we'll force the conditions to be met. I eyed the back of the king of flies' head through the lens of Geronimo. He's a really big bastard. If this continues, the king of flies will cross over Crossroad. Once it gets past the wall, it's over. Junior, what's the calculation? Junior, who was furiously scribbling on a piece of parchment in front of the control panel, replied, Thanks to the king of flies' stumble, we bought some time, but still, in 5 minutes, the king of flies' main body will reach the wall. In other words, in 5 minutes. It's the end. We have to shoot it down within 5 minutes and drop it onto the southern plains in front of the wall. Kellison continued to argue the impossibility of the operation. The damage to the king of flies' wings was merely a fluke due to the artifact's specificity. And with the barrier up, then let's get lucky with the artifact's specificity one more time. I tapped the floor of the airship we were on with my toes. Geronimo has something great attached to it. At the prow of Geronimo, the artifact, sturdy superstition, is affixed. This Nightmare Slayer artifact, made from the magical core of a Phantom Pirate Legion commander, has 2 functions. The first is invisibility, and the second is being unbreakable. This second effect is optimized for ramming tactics, theoretically capable of shattering even Alcatraz's barrier. Meaning, it can pierce the king of flies' barrier too. Kellison was dumbfounded by my explanation. That's just theory, and it's never been proven. Kelly Bay. I called out to Kelly Bay. Kelly Bay, who was quietly steering Geronimo, glanced back at me. I grinned. Let's do that ramming show you're crazy about. Shit. Kelly Bay yanked Geronimo's throttle to the limit. There's nothing like ramming with the flagship in the final battle. I love it. Thrust dash. The thruster spewed fire, and Geronimo accelerated at full speed towards the king of flies' nape. I looked around at my subordinates in the meantime. I'll explain the operation. Everyone here is already tired and worn out from fighting all day, but we have no choice. We have to push through. We'll smash the king of flies' wings and bring it down. There are 3 obstacles currently presented to this goal: the barrier, the magic turbulence, and the replenishment of the flies. I listed them one by one, folding a finger with each point. We'll break through the barrier with a ram. The king of flies' barrier is already within reach. Magic turbulence will be eliminated by Junior with elemental disassembly. Junior's magic is almost depleted now, so other mages will support. Junior smiled weakly, and Bodybag patting her back nodded. Then, once the wings are exposed, Dr. Mutan's fire magic will annihilate them. Dr. Mutant finally smiled broadly, puffing out his chest as if it was his turn. We'll dive directly into the point where the flies replenish the wings with Geronimo and kill all the flies, regenerating the wings. Mutant flies flew from all directions to block Geronimo, but Geronimo raised its barrier and charged toughly. The king of flies' barrier surged up right in front of us. I waved my hands frantically. That's the plan. No questions. Everyone, hold on to whatever you can. There's no established method to beat this opponent. So what can we do but apply symptomatic treatment? Like prescribing medicine according to the symptoms, we can only beat it as it comes. Let's destroy it thoroughly. As I shouted, Geronimo's prow collided with the King of Flies' back barrier. Bang dash! Everyone inside the airship was momentarily thrown into the air. Crackle! The artifact affixed to the prow, a siren-shaped statue, sturdy superstition, emitted a dazzling light and began tearing through the barrier. Boom! The King of Flies roared fiercely and concentrated its barrier to the back. But so what? This ship has relics left by monsters obsessed with ramming tactics and a pilot who's crazy about them. Thrust dash! As I shouted, the King of Flies' back barrier was torn apart, and Geronimo drilled straight towards the back direction of the monster. The scene of endlessly rotating fly monsters in the shape of infinity appeared. Strange magical turbulence stretched out in all directions, disrupting all approaching flying objects. Ugh! Geronimo too was caught in the turbulence, helplessly shaking violently. Barely holding back nausea, I shouted loudly, "Junior, I'm counting on you." Junior was calm. She had already finished casting Lord of Crimson before entering the barrier, and the target was set. Junior laughed and activated the magic. "I guess I need to earn a medal too, like my mom did." Zing dash! A dazzling halo appeared in the air, and as space broke apart, whoosh! The magical turbulence surrounding the infinite wings was completely extinguished. Geronimo immediately regained its balance. The airship successfully flew right next to the infinite wings. Creak! The airship's hatch opened, and Damien and Diarmuiden stuck their heads out in turn. In this place, where fierce winds were howling, Damien shot his magic gun in all directions to block the approach of mutant flies, while Diarmuiden finished his casting. "How dare you bear the symbol of infinity on your body?" The old mage smiled arrogantly, flames flickering in his eyes. "I've wanted to burn it off anyway." Snap! The old mage's wrinkled fingers snapped crisply. Thrust dash! A monstrous tornado of flame engulfed thousands of flies, making up the King of Flies' wings, burning them all at once. The flies, clumped together, had no time to escape, and the flames spread from one to another. The intense heat even made the inside of the airship sweltering. I barely managed to cover my face with both arms. After the heat subsided, I lowered my arms and looked forward. "I told you, Prince Ash." Behind me, the massive body of the King of Flies, slowly falling towards the ground with a long trail of black smoke, was visible. Standing against the backdrop of thick smoke, the old mage leisurely stroked his beard. Bringing me along was the best choice, wasn't it? Chapter 587. The massive body of the King of Flies, having lost its wings and lift, began to fall. In an instant, its altitude dropped. Even amidst this, new flies continued to spill out from behind it, frantically forming a new infinite swarm. Bang! Bang! Damien fired shots at these flies, shouting, "Over there! New flies are coming out from that spot." The King of Flies' back had several small passages from which new flies were emerging. Those passages must be the source of the new flies. We need to eliminate them to completely smash the King of Flies to the ground. I stretched out my hand forward and shouted, "Charge! Smash into them dash!" Whoosh! At my command, Geronimo accelerated further, flying towards the King of Flies' main body. Diarmuiden and Damien, still half protruding from the hatch, prepared for another attack. "Make way! We will clear it dash!" Diarmuiden unleashed another burst of flame magic towards where Geronimo's bow was heading, and Damien spared no magical power in shooting consecutive magical bullets. The magic bullets pierced through the tattered outer walls, creating holes, and Geronimo's bow directly collided with the weakened walls. Crash dash! The front half of Geronimo's elongated body successfully penetrated the King of Flies' back and entered inside. Having escaped with such difficulty only to re-enter, and into a much higher level, damn! Kellison grumbled but started to repair the damaged devices on Geronimo during the entry. The airship's devices, heavily damaged by the intense movements, were lit up with red lights. I quickly signaled to my subordinates. Damien, stay and take care of the monsters attacking the airship. Yes, Your Highness. Kelly and Kellison. The repair team and crew will stay to fix Geronimo and defend the ship. Everyone else, disembark. Let's go. The first to jump out was Bodyback. Bodyback had rushed out first to install armored covers for our allies to use as shields. However, Bodyback, dodge. Huh? Ack? It seemed she hadn't expected a monster to be right in front of the hatch. A mutated fly that had been waiting right in front of the hatch violently swung its forelimb, and Bodyback couldn't dodge it. Instead, Burnout rushed in, grabbed Bodyback, and rolled to the side. Thud. Blood splattered. Burnout's side was deeply slashed. Burnout. Unable to speak, Burnout bit down on her gag in pain. Bodyback, with a pale face, pressed down on the wound to stop the bleeding, and Zennies, who had run down after, sprinkled healing magic for first aid. This damn bug. I used Gaze of Command towards the rampaging mutated fly. Stay still, you filthy creature dash. Crack. The Gaze of Command took effect, and as the creature momentarily froze, the other heroes poured their attacks on it and finished it off. Huff, huff. I looked back. Zennies was wrapping the wound with a bandage after administering healing magic, but blood was still seeping out of Burnout's abdomen. It was clearly not a minor injury. Sorry, Burnout. I'm sorry. It's my fault. Bodyback continued to apologize, not knowing what to do. I clenched my teeth. To have casualties as soon as we enter, and it's Burnout, the one responsible for firepower. Damn. We don't have time. We proceed with the remaining members. Yes, my lord. We cautiously surveyed our surroundings. The interior of the level we had entered was a wide corridor leading to a huge door. And in front of that massive door, mutated fly monsters were lined up horizontally, ready to block our path. Damn, it really never ends. My lord. Lucas nodded at me, and I reluctantly took out an Excannable from my inventory and threw it to Lucas. With smooth movements, Lucas drew a magic sword in his left hand and a light sword in his right. Swoosh dash. Lucas, transformed back into a dual-wielding swordsman, led the charge with a sharp gaze. The rest followed him. The mutated flies put up a fierce resistance, but Lucas's force was several levels higher. Ha dash! The crimson trail of the magic sword tore through barriers, and the subsequent strikes of light cleaved the bugs in two. Due to the lack of time, Lucas pressed on more aggressively than before, clearing the way to the door in no time. While the rest of the party members took down the remaining monsters with a concerted attack, I pointed at the firmly shut black door and ordered, "Nobody! Break through dash! Why do you always make me do this kind of thing dash?" Despite his words, nobody faithfully followed my command. A short sword was drawn from the blind swordsman's waistband, sparking as it was drawn. Zazek. The short sword drew a long Z-shaped trajectory, and the thick door crumbled, opening inward. We rushed in and all lost our words. Bubble, bubble, bubble. How should I describe this place? Perhaps it's similar to the spawning pool found in a classic game? Inside the dark body of the King of Flies, unidentified jellies were bubbling in green. Growth accelerants? Evolution enhancers? What is this? To call it simply a hatchery would be an understatement. It seemed like a concentration of technologies unique to this life form that I was unaware of. This alien facility was almost artistic in its own way. Despite having destroyed quite a few eggs before, there were still a tremendous amount of eggs piled up here, and more importantly, the pupae. Nearly fully metamorphosed adult flies were wriggling in their pupae, trying to lift their bodies. At first glance, the number was enormous, and they seemed ready to burst out at any moment. If all these were mutated flies or even their superior species. For us? No, for Crossroad, there is no chance of winning. We must destroy everything here. As I spoke and turned around, I belatedly realized our situation. We don't have the power. The magicians had long run out of magic power. Burnout, who was severely injured and had long run out of arrows, was being supported by Bodyback and Zennies, who had followed belatedly. The other heroes were also severely depleted, and we didn't have the means to destroy the entire hatchery. The remaining explosives on Geronimo are... Junior shook her head at my words. Due to spending ammunition liberally to shoot down the monsters that attacked us while we were chasing the King of Flies, there was hardly any explosives left on Geronimo. Above all, it was impossible to destroy the entire hatchery, which was so vast. Crackle, crackle. The sound of pupa shells tearing apart echoed throughout the hatchery. Sensing the intruders, the flies hurriedly completed their metamorphosis and began to stick their heads out one by one. At the same time, the eggs also broke, and swarms of maggots started to crawl out towards us. There's no time. If we don't do something now, the mutated flies will complete their transformation, and we will be annihilated here, leading to the downfall of Crossroad, and even the world. But there was no way out. At this moment, when I was frozen, not knowing what to do, Dr. Mutant stepped forward. Hoo-hoo! It seems it's time for the Elder to step in. Dr. Mutant! Everyone get out quickly. If I sacrifice my life with my flame, somehow... Dr. Mutant was about to say something heroic with a determined expression. That's when it happened. Click, clank. A sound of something being unlocked came from the side, followed by a long sigh. Step back, old man. Your firepower is insufficient. When everyone looked in that direction, it was Burnout, holding one side of her bleeding flank with one hand, and with the other, she had removed the gag from her mouth. Burnout looked around at us with a blank stare and suddenly spoke. I knew this day would come. Everyone was surprised by the voice they heard for the first time. It was unexpectedly thin and beautiful, almost like a soprano's tone. I blinked. Burnout? Oh, so you can speak well. My mouth has always been itching. Every time I saw your foolishness, I boiled with the urge to say something. With a pale face drained of blood, Burnout smirked. I hated you all. You're naive and too kind. It always frustrated me. Why do you all live taking losses? It was annoying. SSSS. Somewhere, the sound of a fuse being lit echoed. Good people always end up losing. That's why I hated this city. Burnout. Everyone is too kind. It's annoying. Flames started to emerge from Burnout's fingertips and toes. Like the flame traveling down a fuse, the fire slowly moved from the extremities of Burnout's body towards her heart. I've already triggered a magic power overload. Once it's activated, it can't be stopped. In a minute, I'll explode. If you don't want to die caught in it, scram. Then Burnout started to walk toward the center of the hatchery on her own. You don't need to feel guilty. I'm severely injured anyway. Born with this kind of magic power, the end is nothing but an explosion. I'm just seeking relief a bit earlier. No, Burnout, please. Bodyback, with a trembling voice, clung to her and tried to dissuade her, but Burnout shook off her arm and continued walking. 45 seconds left. You're not leaving? Want to die together? Burnout, already burned gray up to her elbows and calves, muttered annoyingly. Is this the only way? Is there truly no other way? Because of my inadequacy, clutching my fist and swallowing hard, I barely said, Burnout. What? So we liked you too. Burnout did not respond. I clenched my teeth and waved my hand. Everyone gave a final bow or salute to Burnout, then turned around and started running. Ah! Dr. Mutant raised his hand towards the departing Burnout, then clenched his fist and lowered his arm. And then he turned and ran. Lastly, Bodyback. Standing in place with tear-filled eyes looking at Burnout, she tried to step towards her without leaving. Burnout, I'll go with Bodyback. Without even turning around, Burnout spoke as if she knew it would happen. Live. Until the end. Prove that Shadow Squad existed on this battlefield by you. Burnout whispered with flames flickering at her lips. Please. Tears uncontrollably flowed from Bodyback's eyes. I gently grasped Bodyback's shoulder. We turned and ran. We couldn't let Burnout's sacrifice be in vain by hesitating. To survive, we ran desperately. Geronimo was in tatters, dealing with monsters charging from the outside. The crew, holding the magic guns Damien had distributed, fired and shouted upon seeing me. His Highness has arrived. As soon as Bodyback and I entered the hatch, I slammed the wall switch to close the hatch, then shouted towards the cockpit. Deploy the barrier. What? Now. Deploy the barrier dash. Realizing it was an emergency, Kelly Bay clenched her teeth and smashed the barrier activation button with her fist. Zing. The barrier was hurriedly raised, and the next moment, boom dash, a massive explosion erupted from within the King of Flies' body. Chapter 588. Boom! A massive explosion erupted from within the body of the King of Flies. A barrier activated in the nick of time, and Geronimo was flung out of the King of Flies' body, caught in the shockwave and heat that poured out from the passage. Inside the spinning airship, struggling to maintain balance, I desperately glared at the flames clinging to the body of the King of Flies. The explosion caused by Burnout, gathering the remnants of her life to ignite, was of tremendous magnitude. Burnout's passive ultimate skill, with innate magic power of explosive nature, was fireworks. Its effect caused the bodies of the opponents she killed to explode immediately. The explosion triggered by Burnout's self-destruction swept through the monsters inside the breeding chamber, causing them to detonate in a chain reaction upon death. They killed each other in explosions, creating a massive firestorm. The immense number of mutant flies about to complete their metamorphosis inside the breeding chamber would have mostly been blown to pieces by this strike. It was a splendid achievement, so great that it couldn't just be summed up as splendid, but sniff, sniffle, snort. Seeing Bodybag next to me, struggling to suppress her cries, felt like my insides were crumbling. From the beginning until now, always. The monster front had survived on the heroic deeds of warriors who sacrificed themselves at crucial moments. I honored their legacy, continued it, and made it this far. But suddenly I thought, could it be that I am forcing these sacrifices? Bringing people who are supposed to die in unavoidable circumstances, and killing them. Of course, this isn't a situation with the luxury to ponder such things. However, as a commander, That's when Damien shouted from watching outside the window. The King of Flies is completely crashing. From Geronimo's window, now regaining balance, we saw the King of Flies plummet to the ground, emitting a long trail of smoke. The King of Flies' body slid forward, plowing through the plane's soil and sand, then tilted and tumbled forward. Rumble! An immense cloud of dust and fluff was thrown up in all directions as the King of Flies' head slammed into the ground. Despite the momentum, it continued to slide forward. We did it! The operation, a success. Sob. Damn it! Everyone was relieved at the enemy commander's crash, yet saddened by Burnout's death. Even with the success of the operation, we couldn't be purely happy. Shortly after, Kelly Bay muttered in a deep voice, "There's one more piece of bad news." Feeling a sense of doom, I asked, "What bad news?" "We're crashing too!" Exclamation point. From the sortie until now, it's been nothing but excessive maneuvers. Fatigue has accumulated on Geronimo's hull. Kelly Bay hurriedly fiddled with the control panel. It seems a critical anomaly occurred in the magic row when we got caught in that explosion. The output is decreasing. The altitude dropped suddenly. The airship began to spin again, shaking violently, and everyone screamed. Kelly Bay yelled loudly, "Hold tight! We're crash landing!" The next moment, Geronimo's hull slammed into the dirt. Boom! Fierce battles were unfolding on the city walls. While the soldiers could manage the ordinary giant flies attacking them, the problem was the mutant flies. These mutant flies, appearing with barriers, rendered most of the soldiers' attacks ineffective, barely being held off by the close combat troops wielding shields. Even then, Their sharp forelegs and pointed tail stings easily tore through and pierced the shields. Arg! We must hold them back. Ugh! Casualties occurred everywhere. Evangeline maintained her ultimate skill, Last Bastion, allowing the affected soldiers to hang on, but, despite that, the damage snowballed. Damn flying monsters! Evangeline trembled with rage. The overwhelming advantage of the front line here, the walls, was completely neutralized in the face of flying monsters. They easily breached the walls, possessing overwhelming defensive barriers and vicious offensive capabilities. What kind of enemy is this? Moreover, the main body of the King of Flies, a massive evil, was approaching rapidly from behind. Everything about the situation was desperate, but Evangeline's role in this battle wasn't to despair. As the deputy commander, and as the heir to the title of Margrave of the Frontier, it was her role to command the entire front, boost the morale of the soldiers, and fight to the end to protect. Here we go out. Evangeline, standing at the edge of the wall, roared. Hear me, insects. My name is Evangeline Cross. It was the roar of the battlefield, a trademark skill of the Shield Knights. At Evangeline's shout, the mutant flies turned their eyes toward her in unison. I am the heir to the title of Margrave of the Frontier and the designated next lord of this city. Facing the insects pouring towards her, Evangeline raised her shield. Of course, pest control is also my job dash. Crack dash. The vicious attacks of the insects continuously fell upon Evangeline's shield. Absorbing the attacks with damage save, Evangeline then gathered the damage at the tip of her spear and retaliated with damage payback. Thwack dash. Then, as if they were waiting for it, the flies responded with their barriers. Evangeline's damage payback was easily absorbed. But Evangeline had been waiting too. The moment those flies used their barriers. Thrust. A mischievous smile appeared on Evangeline's face as she leaped towards the flies. That barrier of yours. It felt rather prickly when I touched it, and then she pressed her shield against the fly's barrier. So, depending on how I receive it, this barrier is also an attack, right? Evangeline's damage save was a skill that absorbed the opponent's attacks with her shield. Physical attacks were stored as pure damage, while magical attacks were stored as different energies according to their attributes. And the fly's barrier was a defense that repelled and pushed away anything that came into contact with it. The barrier tried to push away the shield with a strong force, and Evangeline absorbed that attack. Whoosh! The next moment, the fly's barrier was cleanly stripped away. Evangeline cheered. This works. Evangeline's spear tip began to shine once again. The barrier she had taken from the flies now glowed blue like an additional blade laid upon the spear. Here goes. Damage payback. Boom! The fly impaled on the spear tip burst apart, absorbing the barrier with the shield, and then slicing off the heads of the fly monsters with the barrier-wrapped spear. Evangeline, having discovered a way to nullify these damned monsters' barriers, let out a cheer of joy. Great! You're all dead now, for real. Evangeline, having landed on the ground, looked around as if seeking praise. And then she saw it. Click, click, click. A swordswoman in maid attire with dull blue hair, wielding a glowing blue dagger, was slaughtering the flies. It was Elise. With the blue dagger in her left hand, she delicately sliced through the monster's barriers like performing surgery. Then, from the sword coffin, she drew any blade to throw at them. Wish, wish dash. The flies fell one after another. Watching this incredible movement, Evangeline's mouth hung open. Elise, what is that dagger? Elise, spinning around to step back beside Evangeline, caught her breath before answering. Barrier cutter. Something about an ancient scalpel used by magicians for surgery or something. Wow, that looks super handy. Nearby, the Holy Knight division was in battle. The Red Priests were mostly equipped with blunt weapons like maces or clubs, but Rosetta, their commander, was the only one wielding an iron whip. Strangely, every time they struck above the barrier, the flies inside twisted in agony and, unable to endure long, suffered wounds, and fell dead. Evangeline's eyes widened. This looks convenient too. How did you do that? Rosetta, having neatly coiled her whip, answered. Should I call it the internal heavy hand technique? I suppose it's something applying the principle of infiltration energy. What's that supposed to mean? It means no matter how strong the armor on the outside, if you deliver a strong vibration, the inside becomes a mess. In simple terms, it's a technique that bypasses the barrier and hits with holy power. Oh, so you do speak plainly. Rosetta, with a finely furrowed brow, took out a notebook and wrote something. Evangeline Cross, quibbling, heresy points 10? Ugh, those damn heresy points. I'll pay it off with donations later. Just fight the monsters. Ahem. You seem to have the makings of a good lord, Miss Evangeline. Rosetta put the notebook away. Evangeline laughed in disbelief. Then it happened. Whoosh! A scorching heat was felt from the side. All heroes and soldiers on the wall looked in that direction. Who? It was the dragon lady, Duskbringer. Whatever she did, she forcibly grabbed more than a dozen mutant fly monsters with magic, held onto the barrier they collectively put up, and then clung tightly to it. Don't be bothersome, Ea. With her black hair whipping behind her beneath a silver crown, she poured in a long-range breath attack. Zzzzrrrzzz. The breath, while heating up the red-hot barrier trying to block it, didn't last long before melting down, and over 10 mutant flies were burnt to death at once. The faces of heroes fighting with techniques, equipment, and even secret arts like Nigea's Hongshifa stiffened. Who? Duskbringer, doing a somersault back onto the wall, showed her sharp teeth and said, These creatures' barriers have a clear output limit. Concentrate firepower. They won't last long. Ah, understood, Your Grace. Evangeline issued the command, and cannons, ballistae, and artifacts began targeting the flies and unleashing their firepower. As Duskbringer said, though the flies' barriers were strong, they couldn't last. Concentrating firepower brought them down one by one. Just as the situation seemed to be turning, the King of Flies, a scout shouted at the top of his lungs. The King of Flies is crashing dash. Everyone startled looked in that direction, and it was true. The King of Flies, its wings already burnt to ashes, was falling to the ground, causing a massive explosion behind it. Everyone on the wall cheered. Duskbringer, jumping up and down like a child, clapped her hands. Did Ash do it? Whoa, I knew he could. To actually bring it down, that's amazing. Halfway through her words, Evangeline's expression hardened. But, will it stop before hitting the walls? Rumble, the King of Flies, originally flying at a terrifying speed, had lost lift and was crashing to the ground. Its giant head already slammed into the dirt. Yet it still had momentum. The massive body of the King of Flies, throwing up huge clouds of dirt, slid towards the walls. Block it, Evangeline mumbled, then shouted at the top of her lungs. We have to block it. All firepower. Concentrate on the King of Flies dash. Immediately, not only cannons and ballistae artifacts, but also the waiting magician spells, various supernatural and magical techniques, and Duskbringer's all-out breath attack were unleashed towards the King of Flies. Bang! Boom! Boom! But it was futile. The King of Flies, with its head and entire body smashed and shattered, did not lose momentum and continued to push towards the walls. Realizing blocking was impossible, Evangeline screamed with all her might. Everyone, to the base of the walls dash. Evacuate dash. Soldiers, magicians, alchemists, and priests frantically evacuated. Those in the center of the wall hurriedly descended to the base or spread out to run to the adjacent walls. And then, the collision. Boom! The sliding body of the King of Flies hit the walls. Its overwhelming mass shattered the southern gate of Crossroad, the fortress city considered the pinnacle of imperial architecture, and plowed into the southern walls, collapsing them entirely from the center inwards. Rumble, rumble, and finally, when the king of flies' advance stopped. Its gigantic body had penetrated the wall and dug deep into the city. Chapter 589. Thud. Thud thud. As if an earthquake had occurred, the body of the king of flies was sucked into the city, causing severe tremors. The massive bulk overturned the ground, raising a dense cloud of dust. Within that gray-brown dust cloud spreading like fog, people slumped here and there, unable to recover from the shock, dazedly scanning their surroundings. And then, thud, thud, thud. From within that dust cloud, the king of flies' hundreds of legs simultaneously touched the ground, slowly lifting its collapsed bulk. Yuwa! Eek! It's moving! Run away! Terrified, people scattered like a swarm of ants. The already gigantic body of the king of flies looked even more massive within the dust cloud, with only its silhouette visible. The sight of its hundreds of legs moving all at once made it look even more grotesque. SSHK. SSCHK SCHK SHK. Hundreds of legs moved chaotically, snagging unlucky people who came within their range. Captured and dragged away, people screamed, "Arg! Save me! Save me! I don't want to die! Stay calm! I heard the king of flies only kidnaps, it doesn't kill right away." A soldier shouted, based on the information he had heard. A flicker of faint hope crossed the faces of those who heard him. Is that true? Yes. The prince has already rescued quite a few people. So let's stay calm. After all, if you keep your wits about you, even if you're thrown into a tiger's den, you can survive. However, crunch. What? The strength surged into the fly's legs, and lifting the soldier who shared that information high, it then slammed him down onto the ground. Splat dash. The soldier was instantly killed, reduced to a bloody mess. The faces of the other captives went pale all at once. What's this? Kidnapping, you said it doesn't kill immediately. What is this? The reason the king of flies had not immediately killed its victims but kidnapped them was simple. After merging with a demon species, the imp, it acquired the ability sacrifice. To use this ability to drain the power of its victims, it needed to offer the live sacrifices captured at an altar through a series of rituals. Thus, instead of killing the sacrifices outright, it paralyzed them and kidnapped them to the hatching chamber, which served as the altar, where it would then devour them. But now, with the hatching chamber destroyed and a shortage of maggots to consume the sacrifices, it couldn't absorb them as sacrifices. That's why there was no need to keep the humans alive any longer. Just tearing them to pieces was enough. Roar dash. Thump. Splat. Crunch dash. The king of flies roared and mercilessly slaughtered the people who came within the range of its legs. The unprecedented situation of the entire southern wall of Crossroad collapsing. It was a situation too overwhelming for even the most veteran heroes and soldiers to keep their composure, and the casualties rapidly increased. Fall back dash. Retreat from the king of flies' attack range. By the time the soldiers had managed to retreat from the king of flies, hundreds of corpses had already piled up around them. As the human army retreated, thud thud, thud thud thud, the king of flies, moving its hundreds of legs in unison, slowly lifted its body within the dust cloud, sitting down like a human. In this series of movements, the soldiers unconsciously thought it resembled a human flicking a fly off a chair before sitting down. Click. The king of flies sat cross-legged as if meditating, while the rest of its legs gathered in front of its chest as if in prayer. Then it roared again. Roar! With the roar, the dust cloud spread out wide and round. The sound was deep and majestic enough to spread beyond Crossroad, across the entire southern part of the continent. And everywhere that sound reached. Roar! Roar! From the smallest flies to the giant flies living in the wild. Every fly species living in the present world began to swarm, pouring towards the king of flies. What is this? What in the world? The soldiers let out perplexed groans. Flies are found everywhere. Moreover, it was late summer, a hot season buzzing with flies. Not just in the city, but from every hill and dale, at the call of the king, flies and maggots swarmed out, flying and crawling towards the king of flies. The human soldiers could only watch this bizarre sight of flies filling the sky, not knowing what to do. Within the collective consciousness of the flies, the old fly was calmly meditating. The situation is not good. The old fly assessed the situation coldly. Most of the eggs were destroyed, the hatching chamber was ruined, its wings burnt and lost, and the king of flies itself did not have much magic power left. Stealing human technology was a good move, but human technology works efficiently within the human system. Continuously using human barriers and pouring out human magic spells through a fly's body had led to severe magic power consumption. But it's all right. He has kin everywhere that can be used as parts. Conscript. He notified his kin as widely and clearly as possible of his presence. Gather, my kin. Roar dash. Once they heard this voice, all flies were forcibly bound to the collective consciousness. The king of flies was a great ancestor resurrected from ancient times and the deity of the flies. No fly could refuse this conscription order. All living kin's spirit and flesh are conscripted. The order was compulsory, merciless, and unrelenting. Roar! The conscripted flies began to use their souls and bodies to repair the king of flies' wounds, and also to neatly stack eggs in the now empty hatching chamber. Flies, who lived their separate lives far from any swarm, threw their lives into maintaining the system of the king of flies as if it had always been that way. Of course, not all flies complied. As always, there were those who resisted, and those flies were all caught by the old fly in the spiritual world, their heads bitten off. I do not make the same mistake twice. The old fly growled as it chewed on the head of its kin. In a past life, the king of flies shared all its constituents and wisdom with its members. The aim was for them to think and advance together. However, as a result, the subordinate flies rebelled. The flies, having evolved to a point of excessive intelligence, no longer acted for the collective and split according to their own interests. The king of flies' empire was torn apart, and the flies, mired in endless internal strife, ultimately destroyed themselves. So this time it changed. As soon as it received its second life, the old fly purged all those who rebelled against it. It devoured their heads, leaving only empty shells that moved as ordered. It monopolized wisdom and selected for evolution. It shook and controlled the entire species of flies under its grip. Die for our species. Now, all flies under its command moved without any rebellion to its orders. Die for me! Thump! The old fly tapped the ground with a scepter it picked up from the floor. For the future of the fly species. To truly make this world a paradise. It was nothing but a necessary sacrifice. Both for itself and for the species of flies. If I can save my species, I'm willing to fall into hell with this body. As it fell, the king of flies' body, which had been shattered in the process, began to heal. Newly supplied flies filled its broken skeleton and healed its wounds. Even the burnt wings slowly began to regenerate. The human's response was still too late. As the walls collapsed, enveloped in a cloud of dust, soldiers rushed in desperation and surrounded the king of flies once again. But their formation was shallow, and their equipment was no match for that atop the walls. The old fly looked around leisurely, smiling. Though they fought well and with commendable effort, humans, no matter how well united, are merely a collection of individuals with free will. Their will cannot be completely unified. It's impossible for them to defeat his species, the flies, perfectly united under the will of a single being. That's when it happened. What's this again? From within, where it should have completely digested all sources of discord, the monster felt a vague sense of foreignness. The old fly looked down at its belly in wonder. What could it be, this sensation? This slight unease? What is that? Insane. A bit away from the king of flies' main body, in front of a lord's mansion in the downtown area. Under Lucas's orders, magicians who had prepared zombies of flies replicating White Knight hesitated and stepped back. Roar! Roar! It seemed as if flies from all over the world were pouring in. Flies from the present world, responding to the King of Flies' call, darkened the sky as they swarmed towards the King of Flies. In front of this horrific, end-of-the-world scene, the magicians could only look around, not knowing what to do. Then, buzz, buzz, lying in the courtyard of the Lord's mansion, seemingly dead, the zombie fly's eyes suddenly lit up, and they all took to the air at once. The magicians panicked. What the? Who finished the zombie spell? No, nobody did. The zombies are acting on their own. Stop them. Stop everything right now. Force a halt to all operations. No, we can't. It's unstoppable. They're no longer listening to our commands. Roar. Dozens of zombie flies that had taken to the air formed a formation and then swiftly darted towards the magicians. Aya! Save us! The magicians screamed as they rolled on the ground, but the original targets of the zombie flies were not them. It was the magical machinery containing the original White Knight. Kresh krek boom. The machinery, mauled by the flies, exploded. After destroying the entity that could be considered their original, the dozens of zombie flies drifted into the air. And just like the other flies, they neatly crossed the sky towards the King of Flies. The magicians watched their departing figures in a daze. In the collective consciousness of the King of Flies, somewhere within. You digested me? Ha! Don't make me laugh. With only her upper body, one arm, and half a head remaining, White Knight crawled on the floor, limping. I'm the Grand Sorceress, White Knight. You think I'd be defeated by mere flies? After being torn to pieces mentally by the old fly and swallowed, at the bottom of this spiritual world, presumed to be the belly of the beast, White Knight managed to gather and merge her torn self to regain this much form. Even in this state, White Knight was plotting a counterattack. That blonde bastard Knight of Ash. He had prepared more copies of me. She had noticed that a long time ago. They were ready to use her as ammunition for replication. Well, then she would make use of that. She would pour all her replicated consciousness into the King of Flies, forcibly seizing control of the King of Flies if he had to. After all, if I can wrest control of the King of Flies by any means, rather than being defeated by such flies and eaten forever, if she could find an opportunity for a counterattack and take revenge on Ash, who had pushed him into this hell. What couldn't she do? It was a fight where she had nothing more to lose anyway. So, as the King of Flies transmitted the conscription order to all flies in the area, White Knight also sneakily sent out her signal. With a unique frequency that only she could detect. If that blonde Knight bastard had properly prepared more of her copies, it would have worked. Other versions of herself would come storming into this place. Now all that remained was to wait for the moment to strike back. Anyway, where is this? White Knight looked around, lifting her head. The bottom of the King of Flies' collective consciousness was dark and gloomy. Though there couldn't possibly be a smell, the air felt damp and nauseatingly unpleasant. Just as White Knight thought to herself that she would burn down this collective consciousness and everything if she could just seize control of the monster. Suddenly, from the bottom, someone's voice was heard. This place is where the remains that the old fly ate and digested gather. Startled, White Knight quickly turned towards the voice. In the dark, reeking of blood, the form of something appeared. Beneath the consciousness at the very bottom, where the truly sinister intentions pool, one might call it the subconscious. It was a throne, made from the heads of flies eaten by the old fly. A throne of skulls, erected solely from the devoured heads, upon which some being sat like a king, murmuring in a voice that contrasted its light tone with gravity. I simply call it the sedimentation area. Despite having no saliva to swallow, White Knight, unknowingly making a swallowing gesture, asked in a trembling voice, "Who are you? What are you?" Well, I've forgotten my name. Such things are no longer important. The being narrowed its eyes. But there is something I do remember clearly. Rising slowly from the throne, a massive horn that emitted a brilliant darkness sprouted atop the being's head. What I must destroy. The being smiled. and whom I must kill. Chapter 590. Beep, 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 beep. The loud emergency alarm blared. Ugh! Within Geronimo's interior, as the red emergency lights blinked on and off, Coolin struggled to open his eyes. The world was upside down. Huh? Confused, Coolin blinked several times before he finally grasped the situation. The spaceship had landed upside down, and Coolin was hanging inverted, tangled in the safety straps of his overturned seat. His red ponytail dangled down long below him, swinging back and forth like a pendulum. Shaking his head to clear it, Coolin looked around. What a mess! Like Coolin, the others were also hanging upside down, strapped in their seats, dangling in the air. The rest, unable to secure their safety straps in the sudden situation or having been ejected despite being strapped in, lay scattered across the floor, originally the ceiling. Is everyone okay? Oh, my head is spinning. Though Coolin managed to ask with a strained voice, no one in the cabin responded. Clutching his dizzy head, Coolin looked down to see Ash lying on the floor below. Your Highness, are you all right? Wake up, Your Highness. But Ash lay unconscious, bleeding from the forehead, evidently injured. Clicking his tongue, Coolin began to unfasten his safety straps. That's why I told everyone to wear their safety straps properly. Safety first. Though the situation had been dire, having just exploded the insides of the King of Flies, thanks to strictly following safety protocols, he had survived unscathed. So from now on, to be safe and because these airships were frightening, why won't this come off, damn it? Coolin grunted as he struggled to untangle the safety straps, but they were too tightly knotted to budge. Even attempting to cut the straps proved futile due to their excessive durability. As Coolin struggled to free himself from the entangled straps, thud, crunch, bang, loud noises came from outside the sealed hatch. Coolin, hopeful, looked in that direction. Oh, someone's come to help. He stopped mid-sentence and shut his mouth. Crash, crack, crunch. From outside, forcibly prying open the hatch, were the glowing red eyes of mutated flies. Mutant flies were clinging to the exterior of the ship, forcefully prying the hatch open. Cold sweat ran down Coolin's back. This is insane. Desperately, Coolin fought to free himself from the safety straps. As he focused, the tangled straps slowly began to loosen. Hurry, hurry, hurry. It's too late. Damien lay near the hatch, unconscious. If the flies managed to get in, Damien and those nearby would be the first to suffer or get injured. With superhuman focus, Coolin swiftly untangled the safety straps. But, boom! The flies were quicker. They forced the hatch open, and the first mutant fly to enter aimed its sharp forelimbs at Damien, lifting them high. No! As the monster's attack descended, Coolin screamed. Giving up on the last knot, Coolin punched his seat hard. The screws holding the chair burst out, freeing Coolin from his restraints. Coolin fell downward, aiming to strike the flies, but it was already too late. Whoosh dash! In the next moment, a huge axe flew in from outside, decapitating the head of the fly. Ha! As Coolin voiced his surprise, the flies too turned around, only to be decimated by another powerful axe attack, their heads and bodies severed. Who? Yeah. Thump. Following up, the person who collected the axe and then fully opened the hatch was none other than Yoon. Her pale, ivory hair was now matted with soot, and her face bore minor injuries, making her look less than well. Yet, upon spotting Coolin, Yoon grinned. Good evening, Coolin. Are you safe? Landing on the floor, Coolin awkwardly scratched his head. Thanks to you. Yoon, how about you? The airship fleet is virtually annihilated. They've all crashed separately, and the lucky survivors are reorganizing. Yoon pointed towards a distant field. I crash-landed over there first and rushed here when I saw this ship going down. Really appreciate it. Saved my life. No problem. We have to help each other out with the world falling apart. Yoon then pointed towards the dust-clouded crossroad. See the situation at Crossroad? It's chaos there too. Seems the King of Flies has crashed into the city. We need to get there fast. Narrowing her characteristic yellow eyes, Yoon continued. One way or another, it must have been damaged. We need to finish it off while it's down. Let's first heal and wake everyone up, especially His Highness. It was already nightfall. Distinguishing the cardinal directions was becoming difficult. As warriors from the Aryan kingdom guarded the perimeter, Yoon entered the ship and began healing the injured with her magic. When Yoon lightly touched Ash's forehead, the bloodied wound quickly healed, eliciting admiration from Kuolin. You can use healing magic? Only emergency treatment. I'm not priest level, but I can heal a man's injuries if I've stabbed him in the back before. Unaware of Yun's history with Ash, Kuolin just tilted his head, and Yoon chuckled, gesturing towards Kuolin's back. You seem injured too. Come here. I'll take a look at your wound. I'm okay. There are others who are more injured. You're relatively safe, so you need to heal quickly and keep fighting. Stop talking and turn around. Really? Kuolin, though puzzled, obediently turned his back to Yoon. A superficial wound was bleeding on Kuolin's shoulder, which Yoon skillfully healed. Now you see? Good with an axe muscular can use healing magic. I'm a woman of many talents. Truly attractive. I see you in a new light, Yoon. Oh, stop it, you don't mean that. Yoon, hesitating for a moment, opened her mouth towards Kuolin. Kuolin, over there. That's when it happened. What is that? Screams suddenly erupted from outside. They were the screams of Aryan Kingdom warriors on guard. Startled, Kuolin and Yoon immediately ran outside and saw it. Thud. Thwack. Whoosh. A giant creature, unlike any they had seen before, was slaughtering the warriors of the Aryan Kingdom. It was several times larger than the mutated flies they had encountered before. Floating in the air with 4 pairs of wings spread out like a dragonfly, its long 8 pairs of legs moved like drills, stabbing at the humans on the ground. The creature's body was a blend of various biological traits. Its chest was particularly covered in scales like armor. Yoon murmured in disbelief. It's not even a fly anymore. They had thought all the new specimens were destroyed in the explosion of the hatchery caused by the self-destruction of burnout. Somehow, one that had clung to life had followed them. Thud. The creature extended its long leg and ended the life of an Aryan Kingdom warrior who was still breathing. Then, looking for new prey, it turned its head around directly at Yoon and Kuolin. Seeing her fallen comrades, Yoon bit her lip hard, grabbed her axe, and then, dash! She suddenly ran to the side. A confused Kuolin followed after Yoon. Yoon, where are you going? We need to get away from the airship. What? Everyone inside is either injured or unconscious. What good will fighting here do? We need to lure the creature away. Kuolin realized Yun's decision made sense. The problem was the creature's mobility was far superior to what they had expected. It caught up with them at an unbelievable speed for its size. Screech. From a height greater than their heads, the creature's pointed legs stretched out and shot down like a bullet. Yoon and Kuolin, crossing paths, swung their axe and fists, dodging the creature's attack. The power behind each attack was like a battering ram. Taking one head-on would surely be fatal. It's a good thing we blew up the hatchery. If more creatures like this had come out, if we don't completely finish off the King of Flies, it will eventually produce these creatures in swarms. We need to end it before that. Mid-sentence, Yoon stopped. Until now, the creature had only been stabbing down vertically with its legs. But all those attacks were a feint. One long leg, circling around under the cover of night, was coming in horizontally, towards Kuolin's side. There was no time to warn him. Instinctively, Yoon ran towards Kuolin and pushed him away. Right then, the creature's leg pierced Yun's body. Thwack dash. Yoon coughed up blood, impaled from the back to the front by the creature's leg tip. For a moment, her yellow eyes filled with rage. This monster, bastard. With the last of her strength, Yoon threw her axe upwards. The axe spun powerfully, striking the scales on the creature's chest before falling weakly to the ground. As if unconcerned, the creature nonchalantly pulled its leg out of Yun's body. Whoosh! Ah, ah! Yoon collapsed on the spot, blood pouring from her wound like a waterfall. Yoon dash! Kulin rushed over, hurriedly opening a potion and pouring it onto Yun's wound. Yoon, in shock, trembled and said, "There must be paralysis poison on its leg tip. I can't move at all. Don't talk anymore. Let's stop the bleeding first. It's not the time to treat me, Kulin. Run." Screech. The creature's leg came down again. Gritting his teeth, Kulin picked up Yoon and rolled to the side with all his might. After dodging the attack, Kulin ran as fast as he could, achieving incredible speed. The creature followed him for a moment before slowly stopping in place. Good! Lost it! As Kulin felt relieved, the creature turned around. Its direction was towards the crashed Geronimo. Kulin, biting his lip and not knowing what to do, heard a weak voice from his arms. Kulin, don't overdo it, Yoon. Conserve your breath. That thing, its chest is the weak point. What? It's a weak point, so it covered it with scales. When I threw the axe, I saw something like a core through the damaged scales. Yoon muttered, coughing up blood. If you can penetrate the scales and destroy the chest, you might be able to kill it with one blow. Kulin gently put Yoon down and asked with a forced smile, "What about that creature's weakness? What were you going to say to me earlier?" "Haha." With fading eyes, Yoon glanced at Kulin's face and whispered softly, "I was just wondering where your weakness is, always curious about that." Thump. Yun's arm fell to the ground as she lost consciousness. Kulin opened another potion and poured it into Yun's mouth. When she couldn't swallow properly, he transferred it from his mouth to hers, forcing her to swallow. Finally, he tore off his shirt and tightly wrapped it around Yun's wound. Then Kulin stood up briskly. The creature was already above Geronimo. Must destroy its chest with one blow. But how? Kulin's ultimate technique, Soul Heartstorm, could only be used when he was in a half-human, half-beast state, that is, under the curse of his ancestors. However, the moon was now waning, heading towards new moon. The sky was dark. No moonlight. Kulin was in his complete human form. He couldn't use Soul Heartstorm like this. If I can't use it, everyone here would die. Yoon wouldn't survive either. Ash was also inside the airship. Without Ash, the world would ultimately perish, consumed by fire. His yet unreclaimed homeland would suffer the same fate. Sigh. Taking a deep breath, Kulin crouched and then started running forward with all his might. At the same time, he clenched the silver-red fur cloak draped over his shoulders. Nightmare Slayer, Slayer of the full moon glow. It was time to accept the temptation of the cursed equipment he hadn't heeded for the past 2 years, the temptation residing within. Lend me your strength, great ancestor, Kulin growled as he spoke. Your curse. The next moment, flash, a full moon descended behind Kulin. Dazzling moonlight exploded, and at the same time, the silver-red cloak fluttering behind Kulin clung to his back as if it had always been his own skin. Suddenly, Kulin was no longer in human form, nor was he half-human, half-beast. A beast running on all fours. Lycanthrope, werewolf, the trial bestowed by Nightmare Slayer, Slayer of the full moon glow, upon its master. Complete beast transformation. Temporarily inheriting all the power of his ancestors, and at the same time, inheriting that curse as well. Awoo! Kulin, howling like a wolf, leaped into the air. And then, with a fist and feet swirling with red energy, he cleanly pierced through the chest of the creature that was about to strike the airship with its 8 pairs of legs. Terror. Chapter 591. I regained consciousness a little while after the crash. Your Highness. As I opened my trembling eyes, Damien, who was bandaging my head, shouted in delight. Your Highness, It's me, Damien. Do you recognize me? Of course I do, you trigger-happy fool. Ouch. Thank goodness. You were bleeding from the forehead. I was worried you might be seriously injured. Damien sang a healing tune while wrapping a bandage around my forehead. Wrap it moderately. It's heavy enough to make my head feel heavy. With my head wrapped like a turban, I looked around and asked, "Where are we? What time is it?" "We're on the southern plains of Crossroad. About 30 minutes have passed since the crash." 30 minutes. I staggered to my feet with Damien's support. "How's the situation?" "The King of Flies crashed but then broke through the southern wall of Crossroad and burrowed into the city." "What? Into the city?" "Yes. However, after a brief commotion, it just sits there quietly with its barrier activated. We are currently on alert and reorganizing our forces." I, as well as everyone else, had a gut feeling. This moment of calm was merely the silence before the storm of the final battle. As we emerged outside of Geronimo, Lucas, looking pale and with his usually neat blonde hair in a mess, saluted me. "My lord." "Lucas, are you all right?" "I'm always fine. Don't worry about me." As usual, Lucas was bluffing, and as usual, I let it slide. Around the airship, there were bodies of mutant flies, along with a new type of giant mutant fly that I had never seen before, all dead. As I looked in that direction, Lucas explained, "While we were unconscious, it seems these monsters attacked. The warriors from the Aryan Kingdom who came to our rescue fought valiantly." Lucas trailed off and turned his head, where the bodies of Aryan Kingdom warriors were laid out side by side. When I came to my senses, Kulin had already defeated all the other monsters. "Is that so? Where's Kulin?" "Over there." "But..." Lucas pressed his lips together tightly. "He's not in good shape." Kulin was sitting on a hill not far from Geronimo. I cautiously approached him from behind and called out his name. "Kulin." Turning around, Kulin made me flinch and shiver. He had transformed into a likeness of his ancestor, the Wolf King Lunard. His body was covered in silver-red fur, becoming a werewolf in every aspect. The only way I could recognize him was by the X-shaped scar on his forehead, his distinctive bangs, and Yoon in his arms. Yoon, covered in blood, was gasping for breath with a pale complexion, while Zennies was sweating profusely, trying to heal her in front of him. "Your Majesty." Noticing me, Zennies bowed. I approached and asked, "How is Princess Yoon?" We would need a miracle at this point. It meant the situation was realistically dire. I closed my eyes tightly. Kulin, with hands transformed like those of a wolf, tightly held Yoon in his arms, looking down at her with sad eyes. I carefully placed my hand on Kulin's shoulder and said, "Kulin, I'm going to take down the King of Flies now. I'll use whatever means necessary to kill that monster. You can stay here if you want to. If you wish to take care of Yoon, then do so." Kulin slowly shook his head and then, in a human voice, said, "No, Captain. You will need my strength. I'll come with you." Kulin slowly laid Yoon down on a blanket on the ground. "I'm an incredibly lucky man. I'll share half of my luck with you, Yoon." Kulin gently touched his elongated wolf nose to Yoon's nose. "I will create my own miracle, so please, you create yours." Kulin stood up and looked my way. Before I knew it, all the heroes who had boarded Geronimo were lined up behind me. Kulin strode forward to join the lineup. I nodded and looked around at everyone. "Let's go." After surveying the faces of my companions, wearied like dried blood yet with fierce eyes, I declared firmly, "The time has come to end this tiresome battle." Kelly and Kellison, along with the rest of the airship crew, were left behind. After ordering them to repair the airship, I took only the remaining combatants back to Crossroad. I wasn't sure if the airship could be reactivated within the remaining battle, but it was better to keep the possibility open. "Captain," as we approached Crossroad, Evangeline, covered in dirt and dust, greeted us. Her once pristine armor was now in a shambles, likely due to being caught in the collapse of the wall. I was about to ask for a damage report but stopped myself. Instead, I changed my question. What's the current combat-capable force? Due to the collapse of the wall, the organization was completely torn apart, so it's difficult to get an accurate number. For now, we have enough to surround the King of Flies at least. What is the King of Flies doing now? After summoning all the flies in the area and absorbing them, it has been sitting quietly since then, as if meditating. In the dark night, our forces surrounding the King of Flies shot flares towards the enemy commander. Bathed in the light of the flares, the King of Flies remained motionless. Why is it just sitting there? After absorbing the flies of this world and healing, why isn't it causing more trouble? As I pondered, Evangeline exclaimed and then said, "Also, there was a report from the mages at the Lord's mansion." At the mansion? Yes, the operation to clone Jiangxis suddenly activated on its own. There was no time to intervene. Surprised, I looked at Lucas. Lucas, could it be? Yes. Lucas, too, nodded with a slightly tense expression. It seems the White Knight cloning operation we had prepared was activated. Suddenly, I remembered the words White Knight had left me in the King of Flies' mental world. Send more of me. Was it? Maybe White Knight knew we were preparing more Jiangshi clones and intended to use this operation to its advantage. And ultimately, she executed it with her own hands. The King of Flies has absorbed the flies of this world. If the cloned White Knights have also infiltrated into the King of Flies. I nodded at Lucas's words. The King of Flies and the Grand Sorceress might be battling within the collective consciousness. I clenched my teeth. This was a method even I had hesitated to use. Would it become an unexpected breakthrough, or a bad move made in desperation? The outcome was about to be revealed. Inside the King of Flies' collective consciousness. Within the mental world. Aya! White Knight screamed sharply. She was grotesque. Her elongated body had dozens of limbs attached haphazardly, and from white skeletons to the blue faces of Jiangxis, dozens of heads were also randomly attached all over her body. This was the result of dozens of White Knight consciousnesses meeting together in this mental world. These liches, being the same entity, had merged into one, but they refused to assimilate with each other. Thus, they had turned into a hideous centipede-like form, and the old fly laughed heartily at this sight. Kik-kik, kiki-kiki. How amusing, how ludicrous. Such an ugly form for someone who uses the grand title of Emperor. Undead. The overlapped voices of White Knight sounded at once. You, a mere fly, dare to mock me. Given your appearance, calling you an abomination rather than a lich seems more appropriate? Ha ha. Such a creature dares to try and take over this King of Flies' body. The old fly, clutching its scepter, roared as it thrust it forward. I must have underestimated you. Swoosh! The ground of the mental world rippled, and a dark tide rose, then surged high as a tsunami, engulfing White Knight. It was a wave made of flies. The consciousness of the flies that the King of Flies had newly absorbed in this world. White Knight was helplessly submerged in this vast sea of flies and sank. Billions of flies began to devour White Knight. The old fly chuckled gleefully. Drown and suffocate in the sea of insignificant creatures you underestimated. The old fly intended to slowly absorb and devour the Grand Sorceress in this way. However, the next moment, swoosh, the water level of the sea dramatically dropped. The old fly, puzzled by this sudden turn, eventually realized. Crack, crunch, crack. She was devouring. The Grand Sorceress, the high and proud undead lich, was indiscriminately chewing and swallowing the flies that covered her. Horrible, disgusting, miserable. To use a fly's body, to crave a fly's mind, such is my form. Dozens of White Knights' heads screamed simultaneously. But I exist here, in this humiliation, in this insult, in this contempt. I truly exist. Dash. White Knight swiftly swallowed the wave of flies, and at the same time, crackling, in the real world outside the mental world, the giant body of the king of flies began to split. The flies that formed its outer shell fell away like black snow, and those fallen flies regrouped among themselves, beginning to merge into the form of a human woman. What is this in the world? What's happening? The human soldiers surrounding the king of flies retreated tremblingly. Faced with a surreal spectacle beyond human comprehension, the best the soldiers could do was to stand their ground without fleeing. Aya! The monster that had fully differentiated from the king of flies, the resurrected White Knight, raised her hands and examined her body. This form, once I got used to it, isn't so bad after all. Her voice had become serene, existing simultaneously as countless eyes, but all being one. I like it. White Knight whispered menacingly, her red compound eyes flickering. I'll finish devouring you, Fly. I'll take your reign and make it entirely mine. The king of flies, having lost its outer shell, shrank into a shape resembling a giant pupa. Towards such a king of flies, White Knight declared with a mad laughter. After that, I'll set this world on fire. I'll complete the task I couldn't finish before and finally achieve my dream of ascension. Then White Knight looked around at the humans below. After that, Ash, you and your subordinates, all of you will suffer in purgatory just as I did, tormented for eons. With a loud laugh, White Knight charged towards the king of flies, intending to end the battle in one stroke. And, as White Knight charged, whirring, a horn sprouted on the king of flies' head flashed with blue light. Ha! White Knight uttered a dumbfounded noise, having realized her opponent's tactic a beat too late. The king of flies chuckled. This is a technique I stole from humans. It can only be used on allies. But since your body is of the same kind as mine, it seems I can use it. Wait, no, that doesn't make sense. The king of flies had used teleportation magic. Sending the opponent to unspecified coordinates, the king of flies asked gleefully as if enjoying the moment. Have you ever been to Oblivion's beyond? Undead? Exclamation point. An existence born from nightmares cannot return once it steps into the spirit world. You, being a monster, will forever lose your way there. Swallowed by the blue light and forcibly teleported, White Knight screamed. Stop your nonsense. My origin is... Flash. A blue magic portal opened, and magical particles spread out in all directions. And the next moment, there was no one there. The king of flies, having easily erased White Knight from this world with teleportation magic, looked down gleefully. Now, the traitor who sought to usurp my empire has vanished. Faced with a duel beyond the perception of transcendental beings, the humans trembled in fear. The king of flies, looking down at them with satisfaction, smiled. Shall we resume the battle between flies and humans? Chapter 592. The king of flies had cleared away White Knight, and now he was about to start massacring the humans. Thump, thump, thump. Inside the king of flies' mental realm, the old fly suddenly felt a vague vibration. It was not from the real world. Something was shaking inside this mental realm. What is this? Where is this vibration coming from all of a sudden? Rumble. As the old fly searched for the source of the shaking sound, he slowly turned around and soon found it. It was collapsing. The mountain made of his kin's corpses that had piled up behind him. The mountain he had built by devouring their heads and leaving the bodies, began to shake slightly before violently trembling and collapsing. Crash! The mountain of corpses caused an avalanche, collapsing from the top down. The old fly was taken aback by the countless numbers of headless bodies pouring down. What is this? Why is it collapsing all of a sudden? The mountain of corpses fell straight toward the old fly, who backpedaled to avoid them. And then, at that moment, amid the avalanche of headless corpses pouring down like a torrential rain, that being appeared, emitting a brilliant darkness from its massive horns, a blood-red demon. What? It was then, as the old fly let out a perplexed groan upon seeing the being born from the collapse of the corpse mountain. Roar! The avalanche caught up to his backpedaling. The wave of corpses engulfed the old fly. Unable to escape, the old fly was trapped in the deluge of falling bodies. Walking leisurely through the rain of corpses was the being. The old fly realized too late. His body was trembling in front of this being that had suddenly appeared in his world, causing mountains to collapse and emitting darkness. Upheaving heaven and earth, the old fly felt an instinctual fear. "Who are you? Who are you?" the old fly shouted out. Then the demon replied, "The owner of that scepter. I've come to reclaim what was lent to you, former king of flies." The old fly looked down at the scepter in his hand, trembling, and faced the demon. The demon extended its hand and flicked it lightly. "Hand it over to us, both the scepter and the throne. You, by what right, to claim my sovereignty?" "Yours," the demon murmured softly. "That's impossible. That sovereignty, too, was merely lent to you by these." A pitch-black hole opened on the ground behind the demon, and black figures sprang up like a fountain. They were heads, the heads of his kin that the old fly had devoured. Rising from the depths of the mental realm, the heads combined with the headless bodies falling from the sky, becoming whole flies that flapped their wings and landed on the ground. The old fly watched this scene in stunned silence. Headless bodies pouring down from the high mountaintop, and headless bodies rising from the abyss. Like a puzzle, the flies interlocked in midair, becoming one and orderly lining up behind the demon. Tens, hundreds, thousands, millions, billions, faced with the endlessly growing army of kin he had devoured one by one, the old fly was frozen. These creatures, daring, not knowing their place and plotting a rebellion. This is not a rebellion. The demon kept advancing towards the old fly without stopping and whispered, "Simply restoring the rights that should have been enjoyed to their rightful place. A restoration. Stay away." The old fly desperately slammed the scepter to the ground. But nothing happened. Only then did the old fly realize everything in this mental realm had been taken by the demon before him. The fact that the world he thought was his could change owners so easily. I will not be taken down like this." The old fly tried to turn and run away. He planned to escape this place first and then think of the next step. However, thunk, the moment he turned around, the sound of something being pierced echoed. "Ha!" The old fly slowly looked down at his chest. A red arm, like new life emerging from a cocoon, a solid red arm, had pierced through the king of flies' chest, protruding forward. "Wah!" Spitting blood, the old fly managed to turn his trembling head to look back. The demon had silently approached and penetrated the old fly's chest with one hand. "You, not even being a fly, how dare you claim the sovereignty of our kind?" "No. I am also a fly." The demon smirked. "Perhaps everything in the world might be a fly, don't you think?" The moment he heard those words, a realization flashed through the old fly's mind. But the demon did not wait for him to organize his epiphany. The demon, with the hand that had pierced the old fly's chest, snatched the scepter and harshly pulled his arm back. Whoosh! A fountain of blood gushed from the large hole in the old fly's chest. Gah! As everything was taken from him and he fell, the old fly's vision flashed before him. The emaciated, festering old human priest who had fed him, caressed him, and recited verses to him. Perhaps everything in the world might have been that old priest, that all he thought was enlightenment might have just been the delusions of a mad fly, that the true truth might have been elsewhere. Thinking this too late, the old fly fell and died. And behind that corpse, the demon finally gripped the reclaimed scepter tightly. I am reborn. The demon slowly looked outside the mental realm, with a gaze mixed with joy and excitement, as if reuniting with a long-lost friend. To bring death into your embrace. The demon slowly stepped into the darkness. And, what's this? Why has it stopped again? I sweated seeing the king of flies frozen in place. After teleporting White Knight away, the king of flies had just stood there, motionless. Calming the agitated soldiers, I glared. Whatever happens, this is an opportunity. In the end, White Knight had peeled off the King of Flies' outer layer. Even with a simple glance, about a third of the flies that made up the King of Flies' body had separated and disappeared along with White Knight. The King of Flies, now without its outer shell, had transformed into a state resembling a cocoon. Now is the time to take it down. Your Majesty! At that moment, a voice called out to me from the direction of the collapsed wall. Turning around, it was Lily leading the alchemists and Hannibal leading the elementalists. I nodded. Lily, Hannibal, are you ready to resume the operation? We've barely managed to recover the artifacts. We've also resummoned the spirits. We can continue the operation, Your Majesty, Lily and Hannibal said in succession. I nodded again. These two teams were originally on standby atop the walls, preparing to deliver a blow to the King of Flies. But the walls had crumbled, and in the rush to evacuate, the prepared artifacts were damaged, and the summons of the spirits were dispelled. A disaster had occurred. Fortunately, the personnel were safe, and they were finally ready to resume the operation. After making eye contact with them, I shouted, "Good! Operation Winter Calling. Let's start again." It was the moment I was about to order the resumption of the operation. SSSS. Suddenly, I got goosebumps on my shoulder. A chillingly malevolent energy rose up like dawn fog. Everyone at the site turned their heads towards the source of this evil energy in unison. It was the King of Flies. From that cocoon-like monster, a terrifyingly chilling energy was emanating without any movement. Everyone on guard. Stay alert. The enemy is plotting something dash. Evangeline, with her shield in front, shouted, and all the troops tensed up, watching the King of Flies while, crack, a sound of something splitting was heard. It was the sound of the King of Flies' cocoon-like body splitting open in the middle. What? Crack, crack. As the center of the cocoon opened up, I gritted my teeth and groaned in frustration. What is this doing now? Creak dash. A pair of red hands burst through the chest of the cocoon. Those hands, with 5 human-like fingers, slowly grabbed the cocoon shell and then forcefully ripped it open left and right. Crash! The cocoon shell split completely to both sides, and a new monster, having completed its metamorphosis, slowly walked out. Step, step, step. Amid a chilling silence, the sound of its footsteps was clearly heard. It was a fly, yet at a glance it resembled a humanoid monster. It stood on 2 legs and its 4 arms were muscular. In its central right hand, it held a jewel-studded scepter, a scepter unlike any seen before. A pair of wings neatly laid back, with a thin membrane stretched long like a cloak between them. Its entire body was red, and atop its head, a massive horn protruded, emitting a dense darkness. At a glance, it looked as if it were whipping long hair around. Compared to the original King of Flies, it was a puny monster, yet still vastly larger than a human. Just a bit larger than an airship in size. I have been longing to meet you, player. It looked at me with its red compound eyes. For some reason, I thought its gaze seemed gentle. I glared at it, spitting out my words. Who are you? I have forgotten my name. The monster then corrected itself. No, I had to forget. What? Because you always find a way to defeat me, player. Once my name is set, and my identity defined, you will find a way to defeat me again. The monster looked down at its body and muttered. So, to beat you, I had to forget my name first. I was torn to pieces inside this fly and reassembled anew. Now, I remember neither my name, my way of speaking, my habits, nor anything. The monster then looked at me with a distant gaze. But, yes, this is certain. I was born to meet and contend with you. I have lived only for that purpose. And finally, now is the moment. Its wings spread to either side, and it gently floated into the air. My entire life was for this moment. To my troops readying their weapons for battle, I shouted, "Don't overthink it. This is the King of Flies' final phase. Its total power is waning. The king of flies is ultimately a collective of the fly species. As the number of flies composing its body decreases, it naturally weakens. Having carelessly scattered flies throughout the battle and having its hatcheries destroyed, its forces have significantly diminished. Moreover, the flies absorbed in this world were taken by White Knight and fell into the spirit realm. Its current total power is significantly weakened. Even if its form has changed, nothing else has. We can definitely face it head-on. Even if it's not enough. I gritted my teeth. To protect this world, we must kill it here. We must win. Raising the flag, I called out, "All troops, commence battle dash." With my shout, my remaining heroes and soldiers, and the surviving flies charged at each other to the death. Chapter 593. Boom! Bam bam bam! Our artillery fired a salvo at the king of flies first. By then, we had completed encircling the king of flies and finished preparing for the attack. The fired shells formed an orderly formation and fell one after another towards the enemy monster. Then, swoosh! The king of flies lightly soared into the air, effortlessly dodging all the gunfire. What kind of agility is this? I gritted my teeth. This was a different level of mobility from the original king of flies. The previous one had an unprecedentedly huge size but virtually no immediate mobility. Once it fell, it needed time to move again. However, the current king of flies was in a transformed state. It had significantly reduced its own size and lost a massive amount of durability, but in exchange, its mobility had skyrocketed. With its two wings spread to the sides, the king of flies gracefully soared into the sky and said, "I'll let you know in advance." It was still staring at me intensely. "In 15 minutes, I will self-destruct." What? The technique your subordinate used to self-destruct inside me. I've attempted to mimic it. I couldn't help but shout out in anger. "You bastard! How dare you steal my subordinate's technique?" It is only natural to take what can be taken, since the sacrificial offering sacrificed its life on the altar. Continued to speak calmly. The condensed souls and magic power of US are immense. Once I complete the self-destruction, not only this city but the entire area will be annihilated. This is the winning strategy I've found against you. Winning strategy? By killing you and the army here with an unavoidable self-destruction attack, the monsters that appear after me will also not be stopped, and humanity will be doomed. The king of flies let out a mocking laugh. From the beginning, I had no intention of living to defeat you. I just want to defeat you by any means necessary, no matter what. I just want to end this world. Facing its gaze as deep as an abyss, I felt a chill down my spine. This bastard was planning a surefire victory by sacrificing its own life from the start. Sizzling sounds started as the tips of the king of flies' hands and feet began to burn away. It was exactly like the self-destruct technique used by burnout before death. I shivered and asked, "Why are you telling me this?" "Because I want to compete with you." His gaze upon me was unwavering. "I want to fight fiercely with you and win in the end. It's a simple game. If you defeat me within 15 minutes, you win. If not, it's my victory, and the monster's victory." While floating in the air, the monster stretched its arms out to the sides. "Can you conquer me within 15 minutes? Guardian of humanity? Damn! Of course, it won't be easy." Swish, swish, swish. Around the scepter held by the king of flies, countless flies converged. The swarm of flies swirling around created a giant greatsword. Holding the fly-infested greatsword, the king of flies plummeted towards me rapidly. The self-destruction is merely insurance, for the power of the king of flies alone is enough to kill you dash. Crash dash. In the blink of an eye, the monster's sword strike descended towards me. And, ugh! Torkel jumped in front of me, raising his shield in a guard stance. Boom dash. The size of the greatsword swung by the king of flies was, to put it mildly, as big as a building. Normally, it would be impossible to block such an attack with a human body. However, Torkel activated his ultimate skill. Man is not made for defeat, and withstood it. Arg dash. Crack, crack, crack. His feet planted in the ground slid back, breaking all the tiles of the city. Ah! Even in such a situation, Torkel managed to lift his shield upwards, deflecting the King of Flies' sword strike upwards. Clang dash. Crash, crash. The great sword was flung into the sky, and at the same time, Torkel was thrown far away like a ball hit by a baseball bat, rolling on the ground. Are you okay? I'm fine. Totally fine. Immediately after, Torkel got up and returned to my side with heavy steps. Really reliable, invincible for 10 minutes. Screech. Meanwhile, the King of Flies had returned to the sky. TCH. Clicked my tongue. With the overwhelming ability to fly, it seemed to plan on repeating the hit-and-run tactic after a strong assault. Truly annoying. No, now it was finally adopting tactics befitting a fly. Fast like a fly, irritating, and yet each strike is powerful. Screech. It descended again. This time, the great sword in its hand was even larger, and it was wrapped in an ominous and evil magic power. Torkel, it's too much for you alone. Evangeline jumped to Torkel's side, and numerous shield knights from around the world who had gathered to form a party also lined up in a defense formation. Let's block it together dash. As if they had been training together for decades, the shield knights simultaneously raised their shields, and I, standing behind them, planted a flag on the ground and formed a wall of magic power in front of the shield knights. The King of Flies' greatsword fell upon it. Crack, crack, crack. My wall of magic power evaporated instantly before the swirling dark magic, and the great sword struck directly upon our heroes' shields. Flash dash. But together they withstood it. The skilled defensive stance of the elite tank heroes, their overwhelming defensive capabilities, and eek! Evangeline, bleeding from the nose and emitting a strange scream from the center of the formation, thanks to her ultimate skill, the final fortress, she had activated. Evangeline applied her ultimate skill, the final fortress, to all the shield knights, storing all the damage received within herself. Then, take this, you fly bastard. She launched it back. Boom! An epic damage payback occurred. Evangeline's lance, wrapped in a blinding burst of light, thrust towards the King of Flies. The most powerful counterattack hit the enemy commander directly. However, with an unbelievable trajectory of reverse flight, the King of Flies escaped the range of the counterattack. With that massive body, as nimble as a fly, it twisted mysteriously and formed impossible whirlpools in the air with its two wings, easily evading the combined counterattack of the shield knights by propelling itself backward. Ah, what the? Just like a real fly. Evangeline, wiping away the blood from her nose, clicked her tongue in disbelief. The monster, having soared into the sky again, prepared for its next great sword bombardment. I looked around and said, to execute the winter calling operation, we need to pin it down in one place. Originally, it would have been an operation easily fed to the creature if it had stayed put. But now, with its mobility drastically increased and it rampaging around, we need to find a way to fix it in one place. We'll capture it. I instructed all the heroes and soldiers around me. You should be familiar with its pattern by now, right? The next time it descends close to the ground, use every means at your disposal to grab it. Yes. All right, let's go dash. Screech. The King of Flies descended towards the ground for the third time. This time, the weapon in its right hand had changed from a greatsword to the form of a massive lance. Perhaps it had learned that this form of weapon was advantageous after fighting Evangeline. The flies swirled around, forming a typhoon-like blade, and charged at me again. It was as if a giant tornado had descended to the ground. Evangeline commanded, block it one more time dash. Wah! My magic barrier at the forefront, followed by the shield knights formation, and behind them the regular infantry's shield line. The King of Flies' lance strike exploded upon the triple-layered defense. The shield knights formed a giant shield by overlapping their shields together. Torkel was at the forefront, directly receiving the attack. Torkel's great shield blocked the King of Flies' swirling lance strike. Creak, creak, crash dash. The shield, engraved with the face of Medusa, shattered into pieces. The surrounding shield knights were unable to withstand it and collapsed, spewing blood. But Torkel held on. It wasn't just holding on. He received the lance strike with his body and grasped the giant tip of the King of Flies' lance with both hands. Arg! It was a feat possible only because of the invincibility effect of his ultimate skill. His armor was torn to shreds, flying away as if disintegrating, and his leprosy-afflicted skin was exposed to the world, but he firmly gripped it till the end. Caught you, monster! Even if the lance was made of flies, there was a wick connecting it to the main body at its tip. Torkel, with the invincibility effect, forcefully inserted his hands into the swirling mass of flies like a drill and finally grasped that wick, momentarily capturing the King of Flies. Now! At Torkel's shout, all heroes and soldiers from all directions were already charging in, before it could escape to the sky again. Ah! A voice filled with thrill flowed from the King of Flies. Yes, this is the battle I've been longing for, staking everything. The King of Flies grabbed the handle of the lance, the scepter with 4 hands, and injecting power, its compound eyes sparkled. Boom! Evil magic power exploded from the lance tip, sending Torkel flying backwards. Immediately after, the King of Flies attempted to take off again, but, click, Damien was already aiming at it. Boom dash! The Black Queen switched to Nightmare Slayer mode, scattered beams of light into the air. The highest firepower from the monster frontline cleanly burned through from the center of its back to the back of its head, including the wings. A barrier exists at the center of its chest. Even my firepower was insufficient. Ugh! Damien groaned, tumbling backwards from overexertion. Well done, Damien. Of course, this won't kill it. Sizzle. The King of Flies regenerated from its burned wings to its head in real time. As its body size had decreased, the speed at which the flies congregated to repair the loss had inversely increased. It was almost at the level of regeneration shown by the Troll King before. But it was enough for us. In the moment it was recovering, having lost its wings, it wobbled and its altitude decreased, and the other heroes did not miss this opportunity. Charge dash! Wah dash! Heroes and soldiers from all directions screamed and poured towards it. Leading the charge were Duskbringer and the Dragonblood Knights. Here we go! Here we go! The Dragon Lady, riding a dragon horse, and her knights kicked off their saddles and flew up to land on the King of Flies' back. Stay put! Flies forming tentacles poured out from the King of Flies' back, attempting to intercept Duskbringer, but her knights swept them away with swords and spears. In that interval, Duskbringer, who had also climbed up to the wings, opened her mouth wide. Stay down dash! Spit dash! A close-range dragon breath erupted. Once more, it burned the King of Flies' wings, forcing it to land on the ground completely. Thud! As its feet touched the ground, elves executed their joint magic. World Tree, your legacy. Leading the elves, Queen Skuld finished casting and swiftly pressed her hands to the ground. Crack, crack, crack. Roots burst from the ground, furiously climbing up the King of Flies' legs. Skuld shouted with effort. Sister! Now dash! Thunk! The moment her words fell, a dagger was thrust into the King of Flies' body. Flash! Holding the handle of that dagger, the elf assassin Verdandi appeared. It was a teleportation using the blink dagger. Verdandi threw an ordinary dagger to pin the King of Flies' body to the vines, then threw the blink dagger to another spot to teleport again, binding the vines tighter. The tentacles made of flies from the King of Flies' body thrashed, trying to free the roots, but the tightly entangled roots did not budge. Fire dash! Thump! Thud thud! With its movements restrained, artillerymen shot large arrows tied with ropes from ballistae at the King of Flies' body. Approaching infantrymen swung hooked ropes and threw them, hooking them onto the King of Flies' body all at once. In an instant, The king of flies was like a giant bound by the Lilliputians in Gulliver's Travels. Thud! Unable to withstand it, one of its knees hit the ground. At last, the king of flies fell to the ground. Chapter 594. The movement of the king of flies was sealed. But this bondage wouldn't last long. The ropes that bound it were already stretching taut, snapping one by one, and the tree roots too were tearing apart in succession. Swish! The movement of the tentacles that sprang from its body became more violent. Duskbringer and Verdandi, who were fighting atop the monster's body and holding it down, both screamed and were thrown off. This is it. It was time to use the move I had prepared. I commanded, "Operation Winter Calling, commence!" Lily immediately echoed the command. Winter Calling Operation, commence! The alchemists activated the artifacts they had prepared in unison. While devising a strategy to deal with the king of flies, I decided not to get bogged down in too much detail. Whether it was the lack of information on it, what distinctive patterns it had, I decided not to be distracted by such details. Instead, I thought of a bigger, overarching premise. The king of flies is, after all, a fly. Even its mutations fall within the category of pests. What can fundamentally block the activity of pests? What is the biggest weakness of pests? The answer I came up with was simple. Winter. It's not insecticides, natural predators, or traps that definitely get rid of flies and stop them. It's winter. In the face of pouring snow and layers of frost, bugs die without being able to withstand it. Operation Winter Calling was thus established. Simply put, a tactic to smash them all at once with ice attributes. King Poseidon. Upon calling the name of the merfolk king, the waiting king of the merfolk powerfully hurled his trident. Thunk! The trident lightly lodged into the king of flies' body. Swoosh! A fierce stream of water surged from the trident. The summoned cold northern river water drenched the king of flies' entire body. Lily! Yep. Target set. Activate the artifact. Lily and the alchemists activated the artifact they had prepared in unison. Crackle! The cold air aimed at the king of flies struck its body directly, creating a whirlwind. This is the king of flies, which had been producing boiling fly tentacles to break free from its restraints, exclaimed in a perplexed voice. Ha ha! Indeed, such a method. With the cold emission artifact, the output was forcibly amplified by dismantling the rest of the artifacts and connecting them with magic power circuits. It was a crazy operation to discard more than half of the artifacts the front line possessed and invest in this one cold emission. But it was a do-or-die situation. We had to bet everything on this one attack. Crackle! Crackle! The king of flies' outer surface froze over as it was directly hit by the runaway cold. The boiling tentacles also turned white and hardened, and the frozen flies fell off in droves. The ice attribute is temporary. Moreover, it's summer now. Can't maintain its effect for long. We must finish it in one go. Junior. Yep. Everyone. Combined magic dash. Junior, pale-faced, relayed my command. It would have been best to use Junior's ultimate move, but elemental disassembly had already been used several times today. Using it more could kill Junior. Instead, she was assigned to this command. Junior and the subordinate magicians prepared to assist each other by placing their hands on each other's shoulders. Magic power was transferred to the few ice attribute magicians on the front line, and the blizzard formed in the sky settled above the king of flies' head. As it was hit by the snowstorm and turned white with frost, the king of flies murmured as if it was enjoying it. To think you would bring winter in the middle of summer. I never imagined. Guardian of humanity. The king of flies burst into a hearty laugh. But because it's summer, the freezing was just a little insufficient. The king of flies, not fully frozen, raised its arm and, forming a hand blade, struck down on its own two legs, frozen and bound. Clang dash! The king of flies' legs were cut off from the calves. Since most of the restraints were concentrated on its lower body, the king of flies was momentarily freed. What? The king of flies then exerted all its effort to regenerate its wings. The repaired wings vibrated vigorously, even though they were half frozen, and its huge body began to rise. It's escaping the area. No, we must stop it. But the king of flies managed to fly into the sky with its half-frozen body. Everyone sighed, and I shuddered. Damn, we're running out of time. Then, right when the king of flies was ascending from the low-hanging clouds that had gathered from unleashing the blizzard, a mechanical sound echoed. Roar! The next moment, whoosh dash! Cutting through the clouds, a massive airship suddenly appeared. Stunned, I shouted the name of the ship. Alcatraz? The flagship symbolizing the Imperial airship fleet was in bad shape. Its exterior was completely burned, and the armor was damaged beyond recognition. However, the emblem engraved on the armor below the bridge, a sword and rose, remained clear. With a calm voice from the descending airship, the Imperial Special Duty ship Alcatraz. The main booster destroyed by the aftermath of blocking the combined magic circuits melted, barrier lost, keel damaged, it's essentially retired. It was Captain Macmillan. If it's destined to retire anyway, might as well dance one last grand dance. To Macmillan, requesting permission for the last dance, I nodded. Please, Captain Macmillan. Aye, sir. The king of flies, trying desperately to dodge the Alcatraz plunging from above, couldn't manage with its half-frozen body's mobility. The prow of the Alcatraz, plunging from above to below, collided with the king of flies' crown. Boom! The king of flies tried to continue ascending with its wings spread, while the Alcatraz tried to press down on it, spewing fierce flames from the thrusters at the back. To the enemy monster, this is the Alcatraz, the strongest ship of humanity and the greatest ship in the world. I believe we have enough reason to ask you to dance. Macmillan murmured in a deep voice, teasingly, almost sensuously. Shall we dance? Whoosh dash! The boosters of the Alcatraz burst into flames. It was far from a graceful dance, more like a brawl, but in the end, the Alcatraz was victorious. The king of flies' altitude slowly decreased, and it couldn't withstand any longer, eventually falling back down. Crash! As if declaring victory from atop the fallen king of flies, the Alcatraz spun around once amidst a shower of snow powder before it began to fall slowly out of the city, spewing flames and smoke not just from its thrusters but from the entire rear output section. Then, ladies and gentlemen, good luck. After leaving its last communication, the Alcatraz slid away toward the far side of the city. There was no time to worry about that. I yelled, "We must finish it now. Hannibal!" Yep, Hannibal and the spirit magicians, standing in front of the fallen king of flies, prepared to enchant ice spirits. Everyone, charge with your weapons enchanted by spirits. The vanguard heroes clutched their weapons and charged at the king of flies, and the spirit magicians temporarily imbued their weapons with ice spirits. Swoosh! Lucas and Coolin were the first to charge. An ice spirit inhabited each of Lucas's twin swords, and Coolin also wrapped one ice spirit around each fist. Following them, Nobody, Zennies, Elize, Rosetta, various heroes charged forward, each receiving an ice spirit in their weapons. Charge! I too summoned an army of phantoms and ordered them to charge forward. Crack! Crackle! From beneath the king of flies' frozen shell, tentacles made of flies urgently burst forth. My heroes charged forward, cutting through these with their ice-enchanted weapons, climbing over the fallen body of the king of flies, aiming for its heart. Like a fuse burning down, it was gathering magic power in its chest center for self-destruction, and surely, its spirit core would be located there. Crackle! The resistance of the tentacles was fierce. Even half-frozen, the tentacles made of flies swung violently, managing to pierce and knock down the charging heroes. The heroes were injured and fell. My army of phantoms was also quickly annihilated. But we do not stop. Winter! I shouted from the rear of the heroes as we charged together. Show this pest the harshness of winter to its very bones. Nameless, having sliced through a giant tentacle, couldn't avoid the follow-up attack and was thrown off. Eliz, who blocked a falling tentacle with her sword coffin, fell as her sword coffin shattered, dropping swords in her wake. Heroes who picked up those swords fought desperately before falling one by one. Xennies and Rosetta, who were fighting close to me as if to protect me, paved the way ahead before falling simultaneously, granting me a suit of holy power armor even as they fell. Your Majesty, please succeed. Instead of responding, I just nodded and looked forward. Now only Lucas and Coolin remained before me. Crackle. Finally breaking through the field of tentacles, Lucas reached above the chest of the King of Flies, crossed his two swords in front of his chest, and, ha! Breathing out white breath, he hesitated not a moment to slash simultaneously with both swords. Clang! Lucas's twin swords, each carrying a strike of will, split the monster's chest with tremendous force. The light emitted by bestowed sword and the darkness spewed by Excannibal exploded, etching a giant cross-shaped wound on the King of Flies' chest. A barrier hidden inside the chest shell was revealed, and a clear crack formed on its surface. Coolin! Lucas stepped aside, and Coolin was already leaping into the air. Initial. After taking a unique stance in midair, Coolin, wrapped in dark red magic power, plunged toward the ground. Breakheart Torrent. Accepting the curse of his ancestors, Coolin's ultimate move, while in the same stance as his usual technique, yielded a much more violent result. The first technique invented by the Wolf King Lunard, imbued with the first of his great techniques, slammed into the cross-shaped wound Lucas had made. Boom! The King of Flies' chest was torn open and simultaneously caved in. Clang! And the barrier surrounding it shattered like glass. From the outer shell to the barrier, everything was blown away, revealing a blackly glistening spirit core at the very center of the monster's chest. Captain! Stepping aside, Coolin called out to me. I nodded as I charged and shouted, I transfer the ownership of all the heroes' summoned creatures to me. Do you agree? All the heroes who had charged at the King of Flies and fallen, bloodied, around us answered in unison. We agree. Naturally, summoned spirits are, in essence, summons. And my ultimate technique, the foremost flag, is specialized in controlling summons. It can easily handle several hundred at once. Swoosh! The ice spirits that had enchanted all the heroes' weapons now swirled toward me, wrapping around my flag. The number of spirits swirling around my flag was too vast to count. Even beyond the armor of holy power granted by Xennies and Rosetta, I could feel a terrifying chill. Without the holy power armor, I would have frozen to death right there. Ugh! Despite the protection of the armor, I was so cold I felt like I would freeze to death any moment. My clenched teeth trembled. Still, I ran. This was the only strategy one could see now. From this world of humans, holding the flagpole, swirling with white snow powder summoned by the spirits, in both hands, I leaped up and plunged the flag down onto the spirit core of the monster. Begone, monster dash! Crack! The tip of the flagpole broke through the monster's spirit core and burrowed inside. Clang! The blackly glistening spirit core of the monster froze over instantly, turning stark white. Chapter 595. Creak, creak. The core of existence, one could say the soul core, was filled with winter. Dozens of ice spirits were forcibly infused into it. Starting from the chest of the King of Flies, its entire body began to freeze. The tentacles that thrashed about everywhere on its body, and the wings that had just regenerated and were about to take flight, all turned white with frost and ceased their movement. Sigh! I stepped back, exhaling a breath so white it seemed almost blue. Beneath me, I could see my flagpole deeply embedded in its soul core, and my flag, frozen mid-flutter on that flagpole. And beneath that, the King of Flies, freezing to death. There was a clear satisfaction in it. I said with conviction, we won. The boss kill was successful. Whether it was luck, coincidence, or sheer fluke, somehow we had managed to kill this damned monster. Shivering, I grasped the flagpole and staggered forward, bowing down. A terrible chill invaded my entire body, but I was immobilized by a sudden sense of exhaustion. I forcefully opened my eyes after squeezing them shut, finding them barely able to open because they had frozen over. I saw something strange. Despite its body freezing from the soul core out, the fuse of flame starting from the edge of its body was still burning towards the soul core. What the? Its self-destruction hadn't stopped. It was still ongoing. I gritted my teeth and glared at the monster. No way! This is… Yes. Frozen Blue, the king of flies, smiled. Fool! Exclamation point. It's true that I self-destruct 15 minutes after combat begins. However, I could only stop the self-destruction if I won, not if I was defeated. The king of flies' voice dripped with satisfaction. But I have been defeated, and now the self-destruction cannot be stopped. I will die alongside you. Consequently, the monster known as the King of Flies will have won against humanity. In the end, it was the flies that brought about humanity's destruction. The world will come to know this. Listening to the monster's nonsense, I lamented my own stupidity. Why did I take the monster's words at face value? Was it because of the indescribable desperation I sensed in its gaze? Was I moved by its genuine animosity, born to fight me? No, that's not it. It was because I had no other choice. Just 15 minutes. After that, the monster would self-destruct and blow Crossroad to smithereens. To deal with it, it had to be defeated first. So, I poured everything into achieving victory. But that was all I had planned for. No way forward was visible. Truly, to defeat me within 15 minutes, you are remarkable. Despite being an enemy, I genuinely respect you. The King of Flies' words slowed. No more light shone in its compound eyes, now completely frozen. So, with everything I have, I fought only to defeat you. Checkmate, guardian of humanity. The monster breathed its last. SSSHHH. As the snow swirled around, the King of Flies died. With trembling hands, I pulled out a pocket watch. Less than 5 minutes remained. I won't give up. There was still time and my limbs could still move. So I must fight. I have to fight. But as I turned my head, I saw people bloody and worn, looking up at me from above the King of Flies, from below, from the sides. My heart sank. This grand battle had taken no more than 10 minutes. It was the result of all the heroes of the front lines giving their all, pouring everything into the fight until they were burnt out. And now everyone was drained of strength. There was no more energy left to fight, nor any means to do so. How do we stop the King of Flies' self-destruction? A self-destruction powerful enough to obliterate the entire city. It wasn't just bluster, considering the amount of magic power churning inside it. From the beginning, it had gathered even the magic power meant for battle into its self-destruction. The amount of magic power felt was enough to burn not just Crossroad but the entire surrounding region to ashes. It's impossible to stop it. Then, we must get it as far from the city as possible. But the monster was larger than any airship. Who could move such a monster and how? Is this the end? I saw no way out. I exhaled deeply and closed my eyes. So this is game over. Then what should I say to my people in the end? I rolled the words around in my mouth, then slowly opened my eyes and looked around with difficulty. In 5 minutes, I began, speaking haltingly to those watching me. In 5 minutes, the King of Flies' corpse will explode, and its power and range will be enough to envelop and surpass the entire city. Probably we will all die. I chose my words carefully. So, let's all give up and rest now. Close our eyes and accept death. You all really worked hard. You fought well. I'm proud of you. Glad to have been with you. And though we are defeated, the world will not forget our struggle. The words that had reached my throat stopped. Instead, shit. I swallowed down any flowery speech. Instead, I spat out curses. Stop joking, damn it. Clenching the frozen flagpole in my bare hands, I shouted. I won't give up. Until my last breath, I'll fight. Still, it's not game over yet. The game is still on. So, me and you, in less than 5 minutes, we need to move this monster's corpse out of the city. Let's fight. Everyone, gather your strength. Push the corpse out of the city. We must fight. Until the end of our lives, until the end of the world. Don't give up. Struggle. I screamed as if spitting blood. Fight. This was an order. Yes, dash. And my subordinates loyally followed. All the heroes and soldiers, as if on cue, rose up from their fallen states, bloody and battered, and charged towards the King of Flies' corpse. Push. Out of the city, dash. As far as possible. Far away. Frontline heroes pushed the monster's corpse with their arms, backs, shoulders. Magicians assisted the process with various spells. Using logs from destroyed buildings placed under the monster's corpse and dragging it across frozen ice sheets. Using every method at our disposal, the massive body of the King of Flies began to slowly be pushed out. I too slid down the corpse of the King of Flies, gritted my teeth, and pushed the body along with my subordinates. But it was slow. The monster was heavy and massive. Moving it far outside without proper tools or equipment was nearly impossible. Only a few minutes remained until it would self-destruct. There wasn't enough time to procure tools or equipment. Realistically, it was impossible. This was a futile struggle. I know. While pushing the corpse, I screamed and cursed along with everyone. I know, but if struggling is all that can be done in this damned world, even if it's ugly, foolish, and naive, there's no choice but to do it. Wah-wea! Just as I was screaming and exerting all my strength to push the King of Flies. Whoosh! Suddenly, the corpse was lifted. Ha! Everyone was startled. The monster's corpse, which all of us had been pushing with all our might, was suddenly hoisted into the air. I turned around in surprise. Thump! Thud! It was a golem. The debris from the demolished southern city wall had merged into the form of a giant humanoid, its arms shoved under the King of Flies' corpse, slowly lifting it. Someone muttered in a dazed voice, "Where did this golem come from? I've never seen a golem of this size before." I swallowed hard. Only I knew the identity of this golem here. Member of the party blacklist. SR grade Golmancer, Candler's ultimate skill. Summon Titan. Candler. There stood Candler on the shoulders of the golem. Her hair disheveled, blowing in the wind, crowned with her usual candelabra crown atop her head. Ugh! Until now, the weight of construction materials Candler and her golem had moved was of a different scale. The golem's arms trembled. Its bent legs didn't seem to know how to straighten. Trying to lift the massive weight of the monster, cracks were spreading throughout the golem's body. Candler screamed. Iowa! It was clearly too much. Candler, not just through her nose but also her eyes, ears, and mouth, bled as she controlled the golem. Stop it, Candler. No more. I couldn't finish my sentence. The golem, lifting one leg off the ground, struggled to stretch that leg forward, thump, and planted it on the ground. The other leg followed, kicking off the ground and moving forward, planting it on the ground. Repeating these two actions. Running. Thump, thump, thump. The golem was running. Just like its limping master, initially unsteady and unable to hold its posture. The golem eventually began to run smoothly and regularly. Out beyond the city walls. Into the southern plains. The truth is, I wasn't injured. With blood dried on her face but looking somewhat relieved, Candler muttered atop the golem. I wasn't limping, and I had no difficulty moving. It was all lies. Candler. I was too scared of the monsters to run away, but I didn't want to be scorned for being cowardly, so I needed an excuse to flee. That's why I lied about being injured, to everyone. Flick. One of the candles on Candler's candelabra crown flickered out. I didn't want to fight those monsters again. I thought I'd go mad with fear. So, I lied and fled from the front lines. Flick. Another candle went out. Flick. And then another. But then I realized. Seeing people risking their lives to save a coward like me made me realize. Not many candles were left lit. Even as she spat blood from her mouth and nose, Candler smiled. Living cowardly is more miserable than dying. Candler. I'm still scared. So scared, I can hardly breathe. My heart's beating so fast. I feel like I'll drop dead any moment. Flick. Now only one candle remained lit. But I was happy here, in this city, in this world. Using her remaining life as fuel to propel the golem forward, Candler murmured with a fading voice. I too, to some extent. The golem, having left the city, runs across the southern plains. Just one more step. Just one more step. Having surpassed her limits and nearly losing consciousness, Candler struggled to keep the golem operational until the very end. And then, flick, the last candle flickering atop Candler's head finally went out. Just one more step. Even as she collapsed, Candler somehow made the golem take one more step forward. Candler, now completely unconscious, slumped lifelessly over the golem's shoulder. But, in the middle of the southern plains, the golem slowly crumbled. Losing power and misstepping, the golem's posture collapsed, starting from the lower body, and fell forward. As it transformed back into its original form of bricks and steel debris, the King of Flies' corpse slipped from the golem's hands and fell to the ground. Thud, 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 thud. Boom! Geronimo, flying low, swooped in and caught the King of Flies' corpse with the hull's back section. The symbolic dual propellers had long stopped, and the thrusters on the bottom of the hull, pushed to their limit, barely managed to support the weight, spewing black smoke and flames downward. Kelly Bay, looking out from the hatch, shouted towards Candler. We've received it securely. A smile formed on Candler's lips. The giant golem completely disintegrated and collapsed, and Geronimo, carrying the King of Flies on its back, shot off. Southward. A bit further, southward. Chapter 596. Boom! After catching the corpse of the King of Flies on Geronimo's back. As Kelly Bay, standing at the hatch entrance, operated the button, the halted propellers of Geronimo closed upwards, clutching the body of the King of Flies. Thunk dash. In that state, Geronimo flew low to the ground, as if being dragged along. The thrusters, pointing downward to lift the ship and the monster of equal weight, exploded with fierce flames and smoke as if bursting out. Without the lift provided by the propellers, Geronimo remained afloat solely through the output of its overdriven magic power. Already, just this was enough to put the magic power engine in a state like a time bomb about to explode, and the flight balance of the ship, already ruined, was deteriorating by the second. And now, with the added weight of the giant atop it, the overly stressed hull twisted and screamed. The flimsy outer armor and parts fell off, showering the rear. Explosions erupted repeatedly from the overheated magic power engine. But it does not stop. Ha ha ha! Inside the ship, racing towards death, Kelly Bay burst into laughter, carrying a bomb that could blow up an entire city. Where could there be a more spectacular death? After laughing heartily, Kelly Bay screamed from the hatch entrance towards the inside of the ship. All right, let's go, my son, to the end of the world. I've been a worthless father who lived as he pleased, abandoning you all, but let's be together at the end. With a face glistening with blood and sweat, Kelly Bay smiled. Sitting in the cockpit, Kellison briefly stared at his father in a daze. I don't want to. What? Thud. He operated one of the buttons in the cockpit. Suddenly, the hatch opened wide, and at the same time, Kellison pulled Geronimo's booster. Whoa! Kelly Bay, unable to cope with the sudden change in speed, was flung out of the ship. Rolling messily over the southern sand plain, Kelly Bay, with blood oozing from his forehead, barely managed to stand up. Coo, Kellison, you unfilial son! What are you doing? Whiz, thump. Next to Kelly Bay, who couldn't finish his words, An emergency lifeboat from Geronimo fell. It was the last lifeboat on the ship, ejected by Kellison. Father. Geronimo was rapidly distancing itself. Among all the fathers in this world, you were the worst. Only Kellison's sullen voice echoed through the communication. But you are the best blacksmith and the best miner. No, Kellison. At least at the end, together. This front, this world, still needs you, Father. Thunk dash. The overdriven magic power engine forcibly propelled the ship forward, barely touching the ground. Unable to bear the weight, the thrusters deployed downwards exploded one after another. But Kellison calmly left his words as he increased the speed. Survive. And please take care of our race. No, this world. Kellison, no. Kellison. Chasing after Geronimo, Kelly Bay fell grotesquely to the ground. In the cockpit, Kellison, now far away, smirked at the sight of his father. Stubbornly not touching the ground and flying low, the bottom of the hull finally hit the ground. As flames, smoke, and sand dust rose, Geronimo left the southern plain and entered the forest, simultaneously. Crackle. Like a flame burning down a fuse, the self-destruct magic gathered at the center of the King of Flies' chest. Ah! The first tunnel Father gave me, it was really cozy. The small cave of his childhood suddenly overlapped with the narrow cockpit of the ship. The young face of his father handing over the key to the cave door to his small hand. Kellison closed his eyes. The gathered flames touched the King of Flies' core. In the next moment, the whole world was enveloped in white light. I swallowed my breath. In the pitch-black night, far south, a dazzling light erupted. For a moment, there was no sound at all. Then, the next moment, an enormous explosion obliterated the forest beyond the southern plains. Boom! To destroy humanity's defenses, to annihilate the world. The monster had poured the souls and bodies of its entire race, along with their fate, into this single explosion, and its power was immense. A huge column of light rose along with a cloud of dust. The forest engulfed by the range of the light pillar burned up in an instant, and the ground around the epicenter soared into the sky before melting away. Then the aftershock hit Crossroad. Thunk! The southern walls, only their skeletons remaining, were swept away by the aftershock, spewing bricks and scattering. People screamed and tumbled to the ground. The explosion was massive, and the aftershock was just a prelude. Flames and whirlwinds from the epicenter ground and crushed the ground as they rushed towards Crossroad. The world brightened up. Destruction entered the city relentlessly like morning sunlight. Senior. Evangeline, running towards me, deployed a shield in front of me. I, from behind the shield, grasped my flag with both hands as if vomiting blood and shouted, "No matter how many times it falls, I will rebuild it." The gray magic power wall blossomed like petals, replacing the vanished southern wall. I had long passed my limit. My heart was sore, and blood surged from within. Yet I clenched my teeth and maintained the wall. Thunk! But it evaporates. The gray magic power wall, unable to withstand the immense power of the explosion, began to disintegrate from the outside. I hold on. Ugh! If I cannot hold on, what becomes of it? What becomes of the noble sacrifices of those who threw their lives ahead? If I fall here, if I give up, if I let go of the flagstaff, what becomes of all the battles fought until now? The surface of the wall boiled and disappeared in bubbles. Like a pond revealing its bed in a drought, the magic power wall evaporated in an instant, leaving only a paper-thin thickness. My entire body, having wrung out every last bit of magic power, tingled and felt numb. My body did not seem like my own. Yet I held on. I screamed and held on. I don't want to lose. Those still alive in my arms, and those who have fallen and remain in my memory. I still don't want to lose. As I vomited blood, half collapsed and clinging to the flagstaff, my ears heard, "Prince Ash." Suddenly, a gentle voice resonated. "Please, until the last moment, hold on to that flag. Emerald green hair cascaded in waves as she walked out in front of me. Don't let go. It was Queen Skuld, the elf queen. She winked at me with a crisp twinkling. Her green eyes opened wide above the 4 diamond-shaped teardrops imprinted on her face. I blankly watched her refreshing smile. World Tree. The next moment, she placed her hands on the ground and exclaimed, Your daughter, offering a rightful price, asks for the last legacy. Skuld's arms transformed into tree trunks. Her translucent skin turned rough and tough, sprouting leaves in various places before finally burrowing into the ground. Thud, 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 thud. Right behind my magic power wall, massive tree roots and trunks burst forth simultaneously. The giant trees, intertwining with each other, soon formed an excellent temporary wall. It was right after that when my magic power wall vanished and I fell to the ground. Evangeline caught me as I fell, and I leaned on my shield knight's shoulder, watching the miracle unfold before me. Whoosh! It held on. The giant tree trunks and roots intertwined to form a wall, burning and crumbling but growing back and sprouting leaves again. The flames and whirlwinds outside the wall were persistent and greedy, but the tree wall had even greater patience. Ancient protective magic on the tree wall guarded everyone behind it until the very end. When the explosion and loud noises that seemed endless finally ceased, the tree wall had not fallen. It had held on. The blackened wall crumbled to dust and fell to the ground all at once. At the same time, Skuld, who had spread and held the wall until the end, also collapsed powerlessly. Skuld! Verdandi screamed as she ran out. Verdandi! Sister! Skuld, embraced in Verdandi's arms, had transformed into something resembling a very old tree. Her skin was parched, and her appearance, which once seemed younger than her sister, had turned into that of an elderly woman. Her once lively green hair had turned into the color of withered leaves. More than half of her body had merged with the tree and burrowed into the ground. She was dying like that, an immortal elf, and among them, a legitimate successor of the elf royal family. She had sacrificed all her vitality, blessings, and future to protect Crossroad. Our race, no. Skuld exhaled a long breath and slowly closed her eyes. Please, take care of this world. Skuld. Verdandi murmured in disbelief. No, no, no. Please. Verdandi hugged Skuld tightly, showering her sister's forehead with kisses. It's my fault, I was wrong. So come back. I'll never leave you again. Please. Eventually, Verdandi burst into tears. Don't leave me alone. No other sound was heard in the area but the weeping of the elf princess. Heroes and soldiers, bloodied all over, stood solemnly facing the southern wall. Then, one by one, they bowed their heads in that direction. I leaned on Evangeline's shoulder, looking around with a vacant face. Crossroad, caught in the aftermath of the explosion, was devastated from the southern wall, with the entire south side of the city turned into ruins. There was not a single intact building, not a single remaining tower. Everything was scorched. Is this victory? Is this the price of survival? How many have died? How many lives have been sacrificed for me to be alive here now?
No.
I shook my dazed head, setting aside the boiling guilt for a moment, because I know those who gave their lives for this front line would not want me to think this way. They hoped their sacrifice would sustain this front line, that their dear comrades would join forces and move forward, knowing they threw their lives away like dogs for that. So, I tried to give hope to everyone in any way I could. As the one responsible for leading everyone out of this mess, I tried to organize the situation and allow everyone to rest for a moment. And then, whoosh, that's when it happened. Behind me, in the air, magical particles swirled with an ominous sound. I clenched my teeth and turned towards the waves of those blue-glowing magical particles. Flash dash, and a door opened. It was a massive teleport gate. Creak, and opening that huge door with both hands. My wish is not something as trivial as a nightmare. A figure made of flies, a woman's shape, appeared. It was White Knight, who had been forcibly teleported somewhere during the Civil War with the King of Flies using teleportation. "Ha!" I muttered in disbelief. "This is really too much, seriously. I was originally a resident of this world. The Demon King didn't resurrect me, but merely took me under his wing." White Knight, with her eerie figure made of flies, flashed her compound eyes and shouted, "So, even if I'm swept away to the oblivions beyond, I can eventually find my way back to this world." With each of her proclamations, flies combined with darkness from another dimension spread in all directions, covering the dark night sky in glittering colors. Heroes and soldiers instinctively gripped their weapons and looked up at the sky. But everyone felt it. I did too. This is... Where did the King of Flies go? Don't tell me. He's already dead. The end. Then I can declare it for sure. From the spot where the King of Flies had fallen and frozen, White Knight picked up something. It was the scepter. With the giant fly's hand holding the tiny scepter as if it was precious, White Knight laughed madly. "Now, I am the new King of Flies." It was game over. Chapter 597. Slowly rising to her feet, White Knight became the new King of Flies, and at that moment, I was flooded with all sorts of thoughts. Would the imperial edict I had placed on the first King of Flies work on White Knight? If it doesn't work, is there another way? If everyone still breathing were to resolve to fight to the death, what then? Or if we were to surrender from the very beginning? As long as it's not game over, if there's any way to continue this fight, like when we faced the Goblin God King, maybe an unexpected ally will appear. Harboring such vain hope, I was about to look northward when... In the next moment, I urgently shifted my gaze southward. Someone else, was approaching from the south. What? It wasn't just me. White Knight also looked south with surprise, and the heroes stationed throughout the ruined city began to turn their attention southward, one by one. The aftermath of the explosion was still burning in the southern plains, cutting through the center of the blast site, still emitting dazzling light and magic energy. Step, a figure was walking through. In the deep, heat-suffused night, there stood a man. Despite the great distance, the aura he emitted was so intense that it almost seemed like an illusion that his form was clearly visible. Dressed in a neat black and white suit, with long black hair casually trailing behind him, and those shining golden dragon eyes lifted high. Though he took on a human form, it was clear. This was no human. Step. Was it an illusion? As he walked, it seemed as if the light retreated behind him. The flames and magic energy around the blast site receded, and the man walked straight through the path that opened up towards Crossroad. Having only seen his true form in the game, this was my first time facing him as a human, but I felt like I knew who he was. Myself, I have only heard tales of such a being. Next to me, Duskbringer, pressing down on her blood-soaked shoulder, spoke with difficulty. The end of the mythological era, fought by my ancestors. Hearing the identity of the man, I closed my eyes tightly. The Black Dragon King, the Nightmare Legion's top commander, the Black Dragon Lord, master of the deep night, the first midnight, darker than the deepest night, he who brings down the sun, devourer of the moon, the world's end bringer, night bringer. Step, quenching the swirling flames in the southern plains with his innate aura of darkness. The king of the Black Dragons approached Crossroad with a dignified stride. White Knight stared at him silently. Rank 3, the Grand Sorceress, and Rank 1, the Black Dragon. If these two commanders of the Nightmare Legion were to join forces, even Crossroad in its prime condition would struggle to hold them off. Yet, despite this, I remained vigilant, looking for an opening. After all, the sudden appearance of this man was an unforeseen factor. Perhaps, though the odds were slim, a way out might present itself here. Though it seemed he was merely walking lightly, Nightbringer had already arrived in front of Crossroad. He was holding something carelessly in one hand. Upon closer inspection, it was a person. Her white hair tangled, her body soaked in blood, and her robes torn to shreds, with an old rusty sword tied to one hand. It was then I realized the identity of the person Nightbringer was holding. It was nameless. Having reached right in front of the destroyed southern gate, Nightbringer carelessly threw Nameless forward. His black lips parted, and an emotionless voice flowed out. This deposed princess tried to stop me, causing a delay. Nameless couldn't even groan as she rolled on the ground. Every time she touched the earth, blood painted the floor like a brush soaked in red paint. I hurried to check on Nameless' condition, but Nightbringer verbally stopped me. She's not dead. If killing her was an option, she would have been torn to pieces 100 times over. Despite my fierce glare, Nightbringer simply shifted his gaze to meet mine briefly, showing no reaction. Nightbringer! White Knight flew into the sky, releasing terrible hostility in all directions, and landed in front of the Black Dragon. Only then did Nightbringer turn his face, lifting his bored gaze to meet White Knight's. Thump dash! White Knight's giant body landing on the ground caused it to quake. While the humans around swayed, Nightbringer, through some trick, didn't move an inch. White Knight glared with a dreadful red light emitting from his multiple eyes, grinding his teeth. What business do you have here? To think it was the Grand Sorceress. Quite the sorry sight you've become. Answer my question. Why are you here? This deluge was supposed to be the Fly Legion's affair. Are you prolonging your life by stealing bodies from that Fly Legion? How disgusting. For the first time, a smile appeared on Nightbringer's lips. A clear mockery. Shut up. Answer me. This deluge belongs to the flies. You weren't supposed to join. Didn't the King of Kings decree it so? I came chasing after it because that Fly Legion stole something of mine. Nightbringer, touching the collar of his suit, tilted his head to the side, then looked directly up at White Knight with his golden eyes. I've come to retrieve something that belongs to me. What could possibly belong to you? There, isn't it? Nightbringer pointed with his index finger, directing it at something in White Knight's grasp. The King's Scepter. White Knight, startled, clenched her hand tightly. It was a clumsy motion, like a child hiding a toy from a parent. As if knowing the King's Scepter was hidden in White Knight's hand, Nightbringer gestured towards it. That is the symbol of the King of Kings. He who commands all the commanders of the Nightmare Legion, the Demon King. I don't know what mistake Cromwell, the foolish guardian demon commander in charge of acting authority, made for that King's Scepter to have rolled all the way here to human territory. Listening silently, from White Knight's entire body, the red compound eyes of all the flies that composed her body flashed in sequence. Power began to slowly surge within the body of the King of Flies. Nightbringer continued calmly. The Demon King is in seclusion, and now that I have killed Cromwell, who was acting in authority, and usurped this hellish throne, I have finally become the new King of Kings of the Nightmare. Of course, that King's Scepter is mine as well. Hand it over quietly, White Knight. A smile also formed on White Knight's lips. That smile too was one of mockery. What if I refuse? Oh, is there a reason? There's only one reason. Behind White Knight, colors that shimmered with the darkness of another world spread out, forming the shape of wings that spread like a neural network. From the fully spread wings, no, from her entire body White Knight roared, emitting an overwhelming morale. I too am vying for the throne, for supremacy. Indeed. Nightbringer nodded. Without such ambition, how could one be the leader of an army? Now I command both the liches and the flies. King of Flies White Knight declared with a voice that echoed hundreds, thousands of times. With the endless magic power provided by the constantly breeding flies, and with the endless immortality provided in their ceaseless breeding, I will start a new life as a lich that never dies. Whoosh! The night wind blew. Nightbringer's long black hair flowed over his neatly black suit like a cape. Through the wildly disheveled black hair, his half-closed golden eyes, tired-looking, opened wide. You have reached a pitiful conclusion, sorceress. Say what you will, I. Swoosh dash. Power swirled and gathered in the two wings spread behind her, and with terrifying momentum, White Knight was launched forward. By any means, I will ascend and reach that celestial throne dash. The countless number of flies that composed White Knight's body flashed their malevolent lights from their compound eyes, staring down Nightbringer. All those hostile gazes materialized into curses, transforming into the form of a gigantic spear in White Knight's hands. White Knight, laughing maniacally, drove that spear down towards Nightbringer. Ha! With a small sigh, Nightbringer took a dignified step forward with one foot shod in his shoe. Trivial. Then, flinging the lapels of his suit, he stretched out one hand forward and clenched it. Crack dash. The next moment, White Knight's upper body vanished. Everyone watching was taken aback. An invisible, formless power, no. The knight itself had clenched and crushed White Knight's upper body. Like the battles before, this strike was truly transcendent. A force that mere mortals could never contend with. You! Looking at White Knight, whose upper body had flown away, Nightbringer casually remarked with his hand in the air. You are not of the caliber to oppose me. SSSHH. Staggering back, the King of Flies recombined the remaining flies to once again form the figure of a woman. With more than half of the flies gone, the newly formed White Knight was significantly smaller in size. White Knight was visibly confounded by the overwhelmingly powerful difference. What dash? Nightbringer snapped his fingers. Hand over the king's scepter quietly, insect. It's too much for you to handle. Shut up. White Knight's body, trembling, began to disintegrate. I can continue to live even if only one remains. But you, even if you're a dragon, have only one life. If I have to eliminate you anyway, I'll do whatever it takes to kill you here and now dash. Snap dash. White Knight scattered. Transformed into countless flies, White Knight became like a black cloud, engulfing Nightbringer from all sides. Red curses swirled at the tip of each fly's mouth. What effect those curses had, how they intended to kill Nightbringer, I couldn't tell. Click! With an annoyed flick of his finger, the flies falling towards him, just like a night sky clearing of clouds, vanished cleanly. If one remaining can continue your life, Nightbringer indifferently uttered. Just erasing every single one ends it all. Among the countless vanishing swarms of flies, there was one very small fly, desperately retreating and fleeing. Where do you think you're going, White Knight? Nightbringer stretched out his hand, catching the fly with an intangible force, then flung it down at his feet. Whether a great king or a great emperor, accept the end befitting the title you've claimed for yourself. No. My immortality. Crunch. He stomped it to death. Without uttering a last word, White Knight died under Nightbringer's shoe. An incredulously vain end for her, who had survived by all means. Nightbringer's luxurious leather shoe pressed lightly against the ground, and without even checking, he walked forward, step by step, towards me. No, towards the king's scepter that had fallen in front of me. Stopping his stride, Nightbringer flicked his index finger upwards, and the king's scepter that was rolling on the ground soared elegantly into the air. Catching the king's scepter with his other hand, Nightbringer looked straight at me. Then he spoke. Meeting you for the first time, player. I've heard you're the new king of kings of this human realm. I am Nightbringer, the newly crowned king of kings of hell. The king of kings of monsters. The king of kings of humans. We stared at each other in silence for a moment. The Black Dragon King examined me from top to bottom, then suddenly grinned. Let me ask first. A beautiful yet cruel smile. How do you wish to die? Chapter 598. Stunned by his absurd question, I was momentarily speechless. How could he ask how I wished to die? You are a mortal, after all. Your life will eventually decline, and the ambitions you harbor will erode and perish. Nightbringer spoke as if he was genuinely curious. The end is inevitable. So, how do you wish it to be? Speak, ultimate challenger. As you fight to prevent the world's demise, what kind of death do you desire? What kind of death do I desire? Instead of answering, I slowly took out the will that I had in my possession. After taking a deep breath, I fluttered it in front of him. This is the will I wrote before entering this battle. Ho! A flicker of interest crossed the golden eyes of the black dragon. And then I tore the will in half. Although confusion filled Nightbringer's gaze, I ignored it and did what I had to do. Rip, rip, rip. Tearing it in half and in half again, I shredded the will into pieces. My hands trembled just from tearing the layered paper. Yet, after completely tearing up the will, I scattered the pieces on the ground and growled. This is my answer. There's no death I desire. The only thing I wish for is one thing alone. I spat out the words. Life. For all my people, and for every life above this front line, to continue living, embracing their potential. How it all ends, I don't know. However, I just want to see it. To see everything that unfolds. Nightbringer slightly shook her head. What meaning is there in all this mortality? It's all destined to end in decay. A fate that will ultimately extinguish. So what? Just because everyone who lives will eventually die and the world will ultimately be destroyed, should we just lie in bed and wait for the last leaf to fall? Such a peaceful end wouldn't be so bad, would it? Perhaps. But, brother, suddenly, the image of a young boy, lying in a hospital bed in a coma, flashed through my mind. But I want to see that child smile. I blurted out aimlessly. I want to see him stand on his own 2 feet in this world, to live. In this hellish world where only the iron-willed can survive. Yet, I want to see that child, who chose to live despite everything, finally smile. Nightbringer gazed at me thoughtfully. I met his shining golden eyes squarely and spoke with conviction. So spare us, Nightbringer. What? Stand down. Give us one more chance. I stood tall, unflinchingly begging for our lives with dignity. The black dragon seemed genuinely surprised, as if he hadn't expected me to take such a stand. Why should I? With a mere flick of my finger, you all would be dead. Don't you see, King of Nightmares? I raised my hands to point at my subordinates behind me. Despite being utterly exhausted and covered in blood, their eyes burned fiercely, ready for battle again, my heroes. The last amusement this world can offer you is us. We are the guardians who protect humanity. If we fall, what remains will be unimpressive. Humanity will weakly perish, and then, it will all be over. The black dragon's face slowly twisted into a smile. Whether because my words were absurd or for some other reason, I couldn't tell. Just, us being wiped out with a mere flick of your finger would be too vain, wouldn't it? I was merely struggling. Ugly, foolish, and naive as it may be. Somehow, one more time, to continue the game, I would do anything, as a player who has taken on the responsibility by any means necessary. Such an ending would taste too bland, wouldn't it? Stand down, and give us time. Time for us to prepare for the final battle. I neither bowed my head nor bent my back. I boldly met his eyes, as if demanding something perfectly natural. As a king of kings, facing me as a great challenger, for a grand duel. Silence fell. Then, with a wide smile, Nightbringer nodded slightly. You are a selfish king. If you had wished for a peaceful death, I would have granted it this time. Looking over my people leaning on each other with wounds, Nightbringer continued. All of you could have escaped this painful life and met a comfortable end in the quiet of night. That would have been the greatest mercy I could offer. But since you chose to fight, as you wish, fight and die painfully. The king of monsters firmly planted his staff on the ground with a thud and raised his voice. I propose a truce. The previous assault, and this assault, both were violations of the rules by our side. Either the legions went out separately or joined together for the sortie. Nightbringer nodded. If there had been a king of kings before, he would have punished the sortie legions accordingly. But that guy is in seclusion now. Even the execution of punishment has halted. Instead, I'll impose a penalty on our side. Until the next great flood, I nodded. Accepted. Don't be too relieved. Seeing my face, which must have inadvertently shown relief, Nightbringer chuckled. The one to march out next time, during the great flood, will be me. By then, this world will be doomed. With a turn, Nightbringer spun around, his long black hair swirling in his motion. Prepare yourself. Heal your wounds. Ponder on how to kill me and flounder desperately, as mortals should. Burn your bodies and souls to stand against me. You said you wanted to see the child smile, guardian of humanity. With a tilt of her head, Nightbringer's golden eyes shimmered with a chilling warmth. I too am curious to see you cry. What? When your modest hope is trampled and burnt to ashes, when that vain hope disappears, when even your firm spirit is broken, and finally, when destruction arrives before your eyes. How delightful it will be to see the tears you shed. Just watching will be a pleasure. I had intended to remain silent if possible, but I couldn't hold back and spat out a retort. You sadistic bastard. Hohot. He casually stepped forward, replying as he walked. Is there a king who does not enjoy inflicting pain? The black dragon, who had been walking, suddenly stopped and turned to the side. There stood Duskbringer, her dress torn in places from the fierce battle and stained with blood, her long black hair a disheveled mess. Her beloved silver crown was smeared with soot. Paying no mind to such details, Duskbringer stood proudly, glaring fiercely at Nightbringer. For a moment, the black dragon, revived from the nightmare, and the half-dragon, inheritor of the red dragon's blood, stared at each other. I see. The blood of that dragon continues to flow, muttered Nightbringer before he started walking again. Duskbringer shouted at his back. Are you ignoring me, Black Dragon? Is there nothing more you wish to say? My ancestors burned you to ashes and devoured you. I will ensure you meet the same end as back then. Do not be mistaken, half-dragon. Whoosh! Nightbringer, with his chin raised, glowered. A level of dragon fear, far surpassing anything Duskbringer had ever unleashed, swept across the area. Your ancestor was a being so great, incomparable to a mere morsel like you. Thanks to my unyielding commander, our heroes were unaffected by fear, but suddenly, soldiers unable to breathe grasped their throats, gasping. Ugh! Even the formidable Duskbringer's complexion turned pale, and she staggered backward. Seeing Duskbringer like that, Nightbringer scoffed and withdrew his dragon fear, then resumed walking. The only reason you can preserve your life now is solely due to the truce I declared with my own words. A king cannot go back on his word. Do not be impatient. Anyway, during the next great flood, Nightbringer lightly flicked his finger. I will annihilate everything, including you and the history your ancestors have built. Crack. The silver crown, a symbol of sovereignty over the Bringer Duchy resting on Duskbringer's head, was crushed pitifully and fell to the ground. Drip, drip, drip. Blood trickled down Duskbringer's forehead, staining her small face. With a blood-stained face, Duskbringer, unmoving, glared at the receding figure of Nightbringer. See you again, mongrel. Nightbringer, with a sneer, walked into the southern plains, disappearing into the swirling dust. I hope you can show even a millionth of the feats your ancestors achieved. Eventually, the black dragon's figure vanished completely. A long silence settled. Despite the end of the long battle, everyone remained frozen in place, as if petrified. Turning to look at my subordinates, who didn't know what to do, I finally managed to speak. It doesn't matter if it's by luck. It doesn't matter if it's by chance. Whether it's by coincidence or cowardice, Whatever form it takes, it's fine. I spoke desperately. We survived. To survive to the very end and fight is the duty of this front line. And today, each of you has fulfilled your duty excellently. That is enough. That is enough. For us who have survived, that's... After taking a deep breath and bowing my head, I commanded. Ring the bell, light up the city. The battle is over. One by one, step by step, let's start doing what needs to be done again. There's so much to say, so much everyone wants to pour out. But there's too much to do right now. Send a messenger to the temple. The battle is over. Prioritize transporting the wounded. No, set up a field hospital right here. Yes. There are still many wounded not yet rescued because it's dark. Those with relatively minor injuries should receive basic treatment and join the rescue efforts. Understood. As I issued orders mechanically and systematically, my confused subordinates quickly started to move. People in shock and panic, people crying out of sorrow, people screaming from the pain of their injuries, everyone, with their expressions and voices, covered in blood and dust, rushed to various parts of the city. After sending off the main party members with a gesture, who looked at me worriedly, I leaned wearily against the flagpole, looking over the ruined south side of Crossroad. It hurts. Can we rebuild the city so ruthlessly demolished? Can we heal the wounds carved into people's hearts today? This deep pain, these scars embedded in everything, in everyone, and the blood that will continue to spill here in the future. How should I soothe it? I felt suffocated by the overwhelming feeling. It hurts too much. Faces of people who died today were superimposed on each ruined building. I desperately closed my eyes tight, clamping my mouth shut to prevent a groan from escaping. Why is it like this again? I'm supposed to be comforting others. I'm supposed to uplift and stand everyone up. Why can't I remain composed? And why do I keep becoming so weak? Chuck! I reached my limit, desperately moving behind a collapsed building. I sat down, covered my face with my hands, and stifled my cries, sobbing quietly. Thankfully, it was a dark night without a trace of moonlight. People pretended not to know that I was hiding and holding back my tears. Halfway through the third year, the invasion of monsters intensified disastrously. The World Guardian Front suffered the most significant damage since its establishment, and destruction was relentlessly racing towards us. It was a late summer night as autumn drew near. Stage 35 clear. Stage MVP Ash, EX. Level up characters. Ash, EX, and 109 others, expand list. Deceased characters. Skuld, SSR. Kelizon, SR. Burnout, SR. And 52 others, expand list. Injured characters. Yoon, SSR, and 197 others, expand list. Acquired items. Great Fly Magic Core SSR 3. Mutant Entity Magic Core, SR 188. Normal Entity Magic Core, R 519. Individual Barrier Creation Artifact SR 44. Fly Legion Magic Stone. Tallying. Stage clear rewards have been distributed. Please check your inventory. SSR Grade Reward Box, 5. SR Grade Reward Box, 20. R Grade Reward Box, 100. Get ready for the next stage. A next stage. If the world was ending. Chapter 599. Nameless opened her eyes 3 days after the battle had ended. Exclamation point. As soon as she regained consciousness, Nameless startled and bolted upright. She grabbed the iron sword placed by her bedside and looked around cautiously. It was a guest room in the Lord's mansion. Though it was a guest room, it was being used as a makeshift infirmary. Across the hallway, makeshift beds were lined up. Wounded soldiers lay in a row, and weary priests bustled about, tending to the patients. Nameless looked down at her body, stiff and wrapped in bandages. Why am I here? I was fighting Nightbringer and then... Originally, she intended to delay the departure of the King of Flies, But then she decided to confront a greater evil that appeared. The Black Dragon, Nightbringer. Following the King of Flies, this evil dragon was confronted by Nameless. Where are you going, Black Dragon? Naturally, to bring destruction to the world. After a brief exchange, they engaged in battle. They were never in a relationship that required much conversation. Nameless fought the ancient evil dragon for 3 days in a battle that shook the heavens and the earth, but in the end, she couldn't withstand it. In fact, she was never a match to begin with. She just clung on and endured. After depleting all her light, she would die, resurrect, and then cling on again in an attempt to stop the Black Dragon's advance. As an immortal, she had no reason to fear death. Despite this, she ultimately failed. Nightbringer, annoyed by Nameless, who kept resurrecting and clinging to him, did not kill her but simply subdued her and took her away. Thus, she was now in Crossroad. Nameless blamed herself for not being able to stop Nightbringer and, at the same time, was relieved that Crossroad remained safe. Ugh! As she struggled to get out of bed, intending to leave the room, "Please rest a bit more." A calm voice reached her. Looking in that direction, she saw a familiar man with ash-gray hair and glasses, Ader, the Lord's advisor. Through her foggy thoughts, Nameless struggled to remember his name before calling out to him. "Ader, your injuries are severe. Even for an immortal, pain is still pain, isn't it?" "My pain is meaningless. More importantly, Crossroad." Before Nameless could say more, Ader gently pushed her back down onto the bed. It was a weak gesture, but strangely, Nameless could not resist Ader's touch. Eventually, she quietly sat down on the bed. "How is Crossroad?" After a moment of silence, Nameless asked. Ader shook his head bitterly. "It's a mess. It's all my fault. If I had stopped those monsters sooner, or if..." Nameless lamented with a look of despair. "If our lake kingdom hadn't fallen into darkness. It's all my sin. How can I ever make amends?" Listening quietly, Ader faintly smiled.
"I'm sorry, princess.
But dwelling on the past is not the style of this city." As Nameless looked puzzled, Ader pointed outside the window. "The Lord is already taking action." The room Nameless was in faced south, and from there, she could clearly see the southern part of the city. In the utterly ruined southern part of the city, "Search va recovery," Ash shouted as he and his men hurriedly moved around. "It's search and recovery. We search, rescue, and recover. Yes. Today, from this area to that side. Come on, everyone. Let's do our best until lunch." "Yes, Dash." Heroes and soldiers with minor injuries, along with workers, rushed in and started shoving their shovels into the debris of collapsed buildings. The dead and injured had all been rescued and dealt with in the past 3 days, so now what remained was clearing the rubble. Watching the bustling city in a daze, Nameless heard Ader speak. "We've lost a lot and many have died, but we can't just stop. Is Ash okay?" "Of course not."
Aidez Siged softly.
"He must be suffering more than anyone." Everyone knew that Ash was clearly pushing himself too hard. On the recovery site, leading from the front, issuing commands energetically and moving busier than anyone, but everyone knew he was suffering as if he might collapse at any moment. Yet, because his effort was both heart-wrenching and needed here, everyone just pretended not to notice, following his orders and dedicating themselves to the recovery effort. "I'll go help too." Nameless finally managed to get up again. With a resigned sigh, Ader helped Nameless into a new robe over her bandaged body. As Nameless was adjusting her robe, she timidly asked Ader, "Ader, if it's okay, could you tie up my hair so it's out of the way for work?" Ader smiled faintly. "Of course, gladly." Nameless' long white hair was neatly tied at the back. Thus, Nameless walked towards the southern part of the city, rolling up the sleeves of her robe. How to repay the sins committed by the Lake Kingdom was unclear, but one thing was certain. Contributing to the effort here and now would be more helpful than 100 apologies. "Ash!" Turning to the sound, Ash saw Nameless and also shouted out loud, as if emboldened. Is there anything for the Lake Kingdom's best worker to do? Barracks. Ariane Kingdom quarters. Hesitating for a moment, Coolin carefully opened the door and stepped inside. Whoa! Who's there? As the massive werewolf approached, the warriors of the Aryan Kingdom instinctively raised their weapons in defense. Coolin stopped and showed his hands. It's me. Ah! At that moment, Coolin was transformed into a silver-red werewolf, regardless of whether it was day or night, whether the moon was out or not. The warriors of the Aryan Kingdom recognized Coolin but still looked at him warily. Coolin silently surveyed the interior of the quarters. How's Yoon? She's alive. A priest from the Aryan Kingdom, who had been tending to their own warriors, emerged from the back. But the paralysis poison injected by the monster was so potent that the poison is still having a lethal effect, causing her to fall into a coma. Can she recover? The priest fell silent. Coolin quietly placed what he had brought down. It was a basket of flowers, though it was hardly visible behind his enlarged hands. I'll come again. As Coolin turned to leave, the priest spoke to his back. There's no need. Looking puzzled, Coolin met the priest's gaze as the latter explained. The king has ordered our return. Our delegation from the Aryan Kingdom has decided to return to our homeland with the princess. When? Tomorrow. The airship, the Aryan bear can't fly. How are you supposed to return? We'll have to walk if we must. The path is there after all. Coolin growled in disbelief. Walk all the way to the Aryan Kingdom with a patient in this condition? And you're planning to start tomorrow. The king's command is absolute. Staying here to recuperate is what's best for Yoon now. Even just for a few days. You know that as well. Isn't this place the most dangerous of all? The priest shouted back. The priest trembled in front of a silent Coolin. This place, swarming with such monsters, is the most dangerous place in the world. The fight here is noble. It is great. But so what? Does that mean our princess has to die here? The priest shook his head disapprovingly. His Majesty has ordered our return through emergency magical communication. He wishes to see his daughter before she passes. Whether we stay here or make the long journey back, it's all dangerous. It would be better for Princess Yoon to pass away in her homeland, in the embrace of her family. The rest of the Aryan Kingdom warriors seemed to agree, nodding their heads somberly. No, only Coolin shook his head. That can't be. Excuse me? Crash. Coolin suddenly kicked the ground and rushed past the priest into the quarters. The startled people of the Aryan Kingdom hurried after him. Coolin easily broke the lock and burst into Yun's room. Yoon lay on the bed, dying, her face covered in cold sweat and her abdomen wrapped in blood-soaked bandages. Kneeling on one knee, Coolin carefully sat beside Yun's bed and growled. If the wound was inflicted on the monster front, then the cure must also be there. The best chance for Yoon to survive is to recuperate here, not to make a hasty journey north for months. I cannot let Yoon be taken away. The Aryan Kingdom's priest was astounded. That has nothing to do with you. No, it does. Coolin looked down at Yun's pale face with deep, well-like eyes. This person is my body bag. The elf's quarters. Lily was continually knocking on Bodybag's door. Bodybag, you have to eat something. You haven't had a sip of water for 3 days. You'll die at this rate. Let's eat something. Okay? Bodybag remained silent. Lily sighed deeply and slowly said, Bodybag, there's a funeral tomorrow. We have to send off Burnout on her final journey. If you stay like this, Burnout will be sad too. So please. Lily. For the first time in 3 days, Bodybag's raspy voice seeped through the door crack. I've lost everything. I've lost everything. Now, I have no one left. Why am I still alive? Godhand, Burnout, Skull, Old Girl, everyone's dead. Why am I still here? Lily rested her forehead against the door. Inside, Bodybag sobbed. I should have just died during my time with the Aegis Special Forces, completing the mission. Back then, at least there was no hope. We were just bullets, expendable. Once we served our purpose, we could lay everything down and die peacefully. But here, I learned what it was to live happily, to live like a human, and then, one by one, they died. To embrace hope only to die, that's what it means. Creak. The door slowly opened. Bodybag appeared, pale from days of crying without eating or drinking, trembling. Why am I alive and hungry? Why am I alive and thirsty when everyone else is dead? Why am I alive and sleepy, dreaming, wanting to see everyone? Why am I alive? Bodybag. Without a word, Lily opened her arms to Bodybag. Staggering forward, Bodybag fell into Lily's embrace and cried. It's okay. Eat, drink, sleep, live. It's not shameful. It's not cowardly. It's okay. It's all right. Holding the trembling young elf, racked with guilt over the loss of comrades, Lily whispered softly, Let's live us. Crossroads south. The remains of the wall. Verdandi sat aimlessly in front of the yet-to-be-reconstructed wall ruins. The wall, an ancient wooden structure blackened by fire, still retained its shape. It was the legacy of the world tree summoned by Skuld at the cost of her life. Verdandi looked down with a blank gaze at the spot where her sister had fallen and died 3 days ago. Skuld's body, merged with those tree roots, had been anchored here. Ultimately, Verdandi had to cut her sister's body from these dead tree roots with her own hands to prepare for the funeral. The image of her sister's dried up, dead face haunted her. If I hadn't run away, if she had succeeded the elven royal throne instead of pursuing the Holy Grail, she could have been the one to sacrifice herself here. Then Skuld might still be alive. It's all my fault, my fault. As Verdandi contemplated, elves cautiously approached her from behind. They were elderly elves wearing ancient decorations. Verdandi. The only rightful successor left to the elven royal family is you. You must accept the crown. I'm not worthy. Verdandi shook her head. How can I, who abandoned the kingdom and the people to wander for 100 years, now wear the crown with any dignity? However, enough. Leave me. How can we discuss succession before we have even held the late queen's funeral? The elves closed their mouths and retreated en masse. As the sound of their departure faded, Verdandi pulled a dagger from her bosom and thrust it into the ground. Thud! It was right in front of where her sister had fallen and died. Indeed, I cannot become a queen. Verdandi clenched her teeth, staring straight ahead. I must kill all monsters and avenge my sister. I cannot take on a role like that of a queen. Holding the dagger that trembled with murderous intent, Verdandi stored her cold hatred in her heart. Wait for me, Skuld. Even if I cannot be a good queen. Dark shadows began to seep into her large, clear green eyes. I am confident I can be a good avenger. Chapter 600. Temple. Intensive Care Unit. Nobody and Chain clicked their tongues as they visited. Their gazes were fixed on Candler, lying on the ICU bed with a dazed expression. She really hurt her head, and now she can't walk properly either. Who told her to lie? Everything comes back around. But still, being alive is something. Tisk. Candler had survived. It was a mystery how she managed to survive in front of that massive explosion, in the middle of the southern plains. Whether it was the golem sacrificing its life to protect her, or some miracle at work. But as a result of being caught in the explosion, Candler sustained terrible injuries. She suffered burns all over her body and severely injured her head. Her legs were burned to the point she couldn't walk properly. Now, she lay in the ICU bed, only able to breathe in and out as she stared blankly into space. Similarly wrapped in bandages all over, Nobody and Chain looked into Candler's room for a while. Get well soon, so we can play poker together in this boring room. Yeah. It's boring with just the two of us adults here. When you come to, call us. Scream loudly. Got it. After throwing out such frivolous remarks, the two mercenaries slowly walked away from the ICU. The faces of the blind swordsman and the dark magician walking down the corridor were stern. In the ICU next door. Gulp. Gulp. Kelly Bay was gulping down liquor straight from the bottle. His condition, covered in bruises and burns, was not good at all. In front of Kelly Bay, who kept drinking one bottle after another, Damien pleaded. Master Kelly Bay, you're in such a condition and still liquor, please. At least, after the treatment is over. Do you think I can be sober right now? Kelly Bay slurred, laying down the empty bottle on the bed carelessly. Do you know what it feels like to watch your son ride off on Geronimo to his death? I got on a lifeboat, desperate to live, while my son went off to die. Kelly Bay flailed his short arms around wildly. Do you know what I was thinking when the lifeboat caught in the explosion was thrown about and fell off a cliff? I thought it was scary. I was scared of dying. And then, as the parachute opened, and the lifeboat landed slowly at the bottom of the cliff, do you know what I did? Damien clenched his eyes shut. Kelly Bay chewed over and spit out the words he had repeated several times. I sighed in relief. Without realizing it, I was relieved. Relieved that I escaped the explosion that killed my son. Kelly Bay. What kind of father is this? What kind of father am I? Kelly Bay's eyes, red with bloodshot, fumbled for the empty bottle. I'm selfish, only know my own life. An old, stubborn, shameless dwarf. Why was I saved? And my son died. How can someone like me become the next king? Kelly Bay threw the empty bottle towards other dwarves lurking outside the ICU. Clang dash. Glass shards scattered as the dwarves screamed and backed away. Get out. All of you. Get out before I smash your heads in. At Kelly Bay's bluff, the dwarves hurriedly retreated. Watching Kelly Bay gasp for air roughly, Damien also slowly stepped out of the room. Rest, Kelly Bay. Don't think about anything. Finally, in the empty room, Kelly Bay's trembling hand covered his face. What can I do for you, son? It's already too late. The next day, west of Crossroad, the graveyard. Once again, in front of the funeral that had come around, the area was bustling. This was because the number of people who died this time was too many. I clenched my mouth tight at the sight. Many had died or were injured. Over 50 heroes had died, and the number of injured heroes exceeded 200. The casualties among the regular soldiers exceeded 1,000. During the past 3 days, I led the reconstruction efforts by day and visited each of them by night, offering condolences to everyone. But if merely a commander's condolences could soothe all that sorrow, what sorrow would remain in the world? The city was still immersed in mourning. Coffins were covered with national flags, holy water was sprinkled, and choirs sang. As I blankly watched the chaotic scene of the funeral, someone approached me. Prince Ash. Turning around, the person limping towards me with a cane was none other than the captain of the airship fleet, Macmillan. I nodded my head. Captain Macmillan, how are you? My personal injuries will heal over time, but the wound I suffered as the fleet admiral might never heal. The airship fleet was virtually annihilated. Most of the airships mobilized for this battle had been decommissioned. The flagship Alcatraz, a symbol of the Empire, had its last dance but ultimately could not escape decommissioning. The enemy was an extraordinary monster, but this loss is too great. I will report to the Imperial family, and I too will receive the appropriate punishment. Punishment. The Alcatraz is a flagship symbolizing the Imperial family. It's only right to be punished for decommissioning such an airship. Macmillan then somberly put a pipe to his mouth. Well, I'm not in a position to say such things in front of Geronimo. Geronimo was completely destroyed. There was not even a trace left. It was at the center of the explosion, completely melted away. What will you do now? After blowing smoke silently beside me for a moment, Macmillan asked. I adjusted my collar and answered, "What do you mean, what will I do?" "Continue as we have been." "Continue fighting the monsters, you mean?" From the forward base to the southern walls, all defensive facilities have been destroyed, and the airship fleet is annihilated. The casualties number in the thousands. And those were all casualties among the frontline elite. I listened quietly. Macmillan continued. I heard that the Black Dragon, the next monster to attack, gave you a time reprieve. But that's only a month or two at best. Can you recover from this damage by then? What are you trying to say, Captain Macmillan? Are you suggesting we abandon Crossroad and retreat the front lines? If that's what it takes, wouldn't it be better to do so? If we retreat to the central part of the continent, there are several fortresses of the Empire. Or perhaps even pulling back the troops all the way to New Terra for a perfect response. His point was valid. However, Crossroad is the last line of defense, Captain Macmillan. If we fall back from here, we can't predict where the monsters will move next. At the very least, the southern part of the continent will be devastated. And with cunning foes like the Black Dragon, they might end all the worlds we don't protect. This fortress city is the gateway of humanity. We must die here if we must. Interrupting Macmillan, who seemed to want to add more, I suddenly asked, Captain Macmillan, if the world were to end tomorrow, what would you do today? Taken aback by the unexpected question, Macmillan stroked his chin before answering. Well, I suppose I'd lie in bed all day, reading my favorite book and perhaps smoking a cigarette? Is that so? Macmillan asked me as I nodded. What about you, Your Highness? If the world were to end tomorrow, I'd march in. Excuse me? Into the end of the world, I'd march in. I quietly glared southward. And from that so-called end, I'd snatch victory and save the world. That's my plan this time. Excuse me? You'll see. So don't worry too much for now. The schedule had swiftly moved forward. It was almost time for my speech. Thank you for your efforts in the battle. We'll talk more later. After nodding to Macmillan, I headed down to the podium. Macmillan looked puzzled but followed behind me. As I took the stage, the gazes of the people tightly focused on me. Not many were unharmed, and even fewer were unscarred in spirit. Sorrow and wounds filled everyone's faces. On some faces lingered a chilling rage. The faces of my heroes who had lost their loved ones were waves of hatred and grudge. That too was a way each coped with their sorrow. I took a breath and slowly began to speak. Today, I'll forego the speeches we've repeated over and over. Instead, today, I want to talk about a miracle. Scanning the audience, I continued. The story of a mercenary named Candler. The soldier's attention focused on me. I proceeded. This Golmancer was terrified of monsters in her first battle. Afterwards, she exaggerated her injuries and retired. I smiled slightly. I don't wish to criticize her for that. Wanting to run away from an incomprehensible enemy is a feeling anyone can have. Despite such fear, those who can fight remain soldiers, and those who reach their limit retire. It's not a matter of being better or worse. It's not a matter of right or wrong. It's just how things are. Just one of those things in this crazy world we all struggle through. But, after that, Candler joined the front lines once again. And she sacrificed herself to save the city. If she hadn't summoned her golem to carry the giant fly's corpse away, the city would have been destroyed more terribly than it is now. Maybe we would all be dead. But what I want to talk about is not the military achievements she made. It's her heart. For someone who fled to her limits to return to fight again is not just one of those things. It's not something that happens everywhere. I shook my head. It's impossible. Emphasizing again. It's a miracle. The people were looking at me intently. I continued. The miracle isn't that she summoned a golem to lift the monster's corpse. The miracle is that she, a regular human being, decided to fight again, risking her life. That's the miracle. I slowly bowed my head. In this battle, there were countless noble sacrifices. Burnout, Kellison, Skuld, the insect busters, and in countless places out of my sight many people sacrificed their lives for the world. What made them throw their lives into the fight? Raising my head again, I looked around at the people. We are ordinary humans. Compared to those giant monsters, we're really just small beings. It's natural to want to run away. That's instinct. But what exactly allows us to stand our ground and fight here? I clenched my fist. The heart of a person, fighting against monsters too big and too frightening, is more incomprehensible than any monster. I want to call this human heart a miracle. Everyone here, fighting against the impossible every day and writing down victories, is living within miracles. We live in the midst of miracles. I raised my voice. My people. Everyone straightened up and looked at me. I continued. I hope you remember the miracles you've created. Be proud of these miracles. Do not consider them ordinary. Be aware of the incredible things you are doing. I looked towards the devastated south of the city. The situation is not good. We stand on ruins. But these ruins are protected by the miracles of all of us who participated in this battle. After giving a faint smile to the people, let's start again on these ruins, believing that there is something here that those monsters can never destroy, something that those who went before us wanted to protect. I slowly looked at the newly erected graveyard. The faces of those who had gone passed through my mind. Taking a moment to breathe and calm my heart, in honor of the deceased, I recited the prepared poem. TL note: the author wrote it in English, so this part wasn't translated. Tell me not, in mournful numbers, life is but an empty dream. In the world's broad field of battle, in the bivouac of life, be not like dumb, driven cattle. Be a hero in the strife. Lives of great men all remind us. We can make our lives sublime, and, departing, leave behind us footprints on the sands of time. Footprints that perhaps another, sailing o'er life's solemn main, a forlorn and shipwrecked brother, seeing, shall take heart again. Let us, then, be up and doing, with a heart for any fate. At the same time, Lake Kingdom, in the deepest darkness of Zone 10, at its core lies the origin of darkness, the King's Castle. Nightbringer sat on the throne set up in the audience chamber, eyes tightly shut, motionless like a statue. Long silence flowed in this place shrouded in darkness, and in the audience chamber, frozen as if the world itself had stopped, there was no movement. How much time had passed in such stillness? The black dragon slowly opened his eyes. In the settled darkness, his golden eyes lit up as if dawn was breaking through. Suddenly, a low voice flowed from between the black dragon's parted lips. It was an old verse often recited by the Demon King, the original master of this place. Life's but a walking shadow, a poor player, that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. It is a tale, told by an idiot, full of sound and fury. Life is but a walking shadow, a mere actor who boasts and panics for a moment on the stage, but soon forgotten. Life is like a tale, spouted by a fool, filled with shouting and rage, signifying nothing, ultimately meaning nothing.